evening, and welcome to the Joint Planning and Zoning Board and Board of Commissioners meeting of February the 4th, 2025. I am Briggs Simmons, the Planning and Zoning Chair. Prior to this meeting, announcements were posted and notices were sent to all board members, commissioners, staff, interested parties, and applicants participating in the meeting. I will now turn the meeting over to Dr. Ramona Jackson-Jones, Madam Chair, to introduce the commissioners present in the meeting. Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. I'm sorry. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I'm saying Commissioner. I would like to introduce our commissioners tonight. We start with myself, Dr. Ramona Jackson-Jones, the Chairwoman of the Douglas County Board of Commissioners. And then we have our Vice Chairman of District 4, Mark Alvarez. We have, thank you, Commissioner Mitchell, District 1 Commissioner. District 2 Commissioner Whitney Kenner-Jones.
Present.
And District 3 Commissioner Martin Raxton.
Present.
Okay, we have a quorum, and I yield the floor back to you, Chairman Simmons.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Also present, we have members of the Planning and Zoning Board. If you will confirm your presence when I call your name. Our Vice Chair, Rob Thomas. District 2 Representative Oric Curry.
Present.
Brandon Penniman, District 1. Present. Frank Payne, our Member at Large.
Present.
And Chris Small, our School Board Representative.
Present.
Thank you very much. We do have a quorum. And now Ms. Allison Duncan, our Planning and Zoning Manager, will introduce the county staff, Planning and Zoning staff present in the meeting. Ms. Duncan.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tonight we have with us Tiffany Stewart-Stanley, our Chief of Staff. We have our Chief Assistant County Attorney, Audrey Lewis. We have our Managing Director of Development and Planning, James Worthington. We have our Managing Director of Transportation, Suleiman Rana. We have our County Engineer, Travis McDonald. We have Brian Keel with the Water and Sewer Authority. We have Bruce Mercer here with Douglas County DOT. We have Adrian Larchevaux and Eugene Roberts with the Douglas County Appraisal Department. We have Melody Glenn, who is our County Planner. We have Austin Cronin, who is our Zoning Administrator. We have Johanna Womack, who is the Clerk of the Planning and Zoning Board. And as always, we appreciate our communications team and our Sheriff's deputies for being on hand tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. There's a reversionary clause that applies to each rezoning, and that is the applicant or property owner has 24 months to vest the zoning change after the Board of Commissioners grants an approval. Tonight's procedures are, we'll have public hearing, and I will conduct that. Planning and zoning staff will announce each application, followed by a full presentation on that application. The applicant or the applicant's representative and members of the public who would wish to speak in favor of an application may do so. We've allocated 15 minutes of time, 2 minutes per person to speak in favor of an application. Once that time has elapsed, members of the public who wish to speak in opposition to an application, they also will have 15 minutes allocated, 2 minutes per person to speak in opposition to an application. Once the opposition completes their input and the time has elapsed, I will close the public hearing. At this point, the staff will clarify any points of the zoning case. If the staff is unable to clarify the board's questions, the board will then ask the applicant for points of clarification. And this is not a time for the applicant to represent their case. Planning and Zoning Board will then entertain a motion. Our first agenda item tonight is the approval of the minutes of our January the 7th, 2025 regular Joint Planning and Zoning and Board of Commissioners meeting. Planning and Zoning Board members, you have seen the minutes and reviewed them. Any questions, comments, or changes? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve January 7th, 2025 minutes?
This is Frank Payne. I recommend approval of the minutes from the January 7th, 2025 meeting.
Do I have a second?
Oric Curry, second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor of approving the January 7th, 2025 minutes, please signify by raising your hand. Thank you. That is unanimous, Madam Chair. The minutes of January 7th, 2025 come to the board with the approval of Planning and Zoning unanimously.
Okay, thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, you've had an opportunity to review the January 7th, 2025 meeting minutes, and for the Douglas County Planning and Zoning and the Board of Commissioners agenda. Do we have a motion to approve?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, board? We have a motion and a second. All in favor of the approval of the January 7th, 2025 meeting minutes, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote and the motion carried. And I yield the floor back to you, Chairman Simmons.
Thank you very much. At this point in time, last month, we tabled several items, 3 items. I'd like a motion to untable M 2024-07, Z 2024-55, and S 2024-56. Do I
Chair-
have a motion?
Chairman, this is Rob Thomas. I'd like to make a motion to untable M 2024-07, Z 2024-55, and S 2024-56.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Planning and zoning. Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of untabling those 3 items, please signify by raising your hand. Thank you very much. That's unanimous. Madam Chair, M 2024-07, Z 2024-55, and S 2024-56 comes to the board with a recommendation to untable unanimously.
Okay. Board of Commissioners, you have before you M 2024-07 and Z 2024-55 and S 2024-56. Do we have a motion to untable?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to untable M 2024-07, Z 2024-55, and S 2024-56.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion, board? We have a motion and a second. All in favor of untabling M 2024-07, Z 2024-55, and S 2024-56, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote and the motion carries to untable. I yield the floor back to you, Chairman Simmons.
Thank you very much. Ms. Duncan, would you make a minute presentation on this, please?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a reminder, the request that we're here tonight is for a future land use amendment. This is for an amendment from the suburban living category and parks, recreation, and conservation to the commerce center category. We are also asking to take up a rezoning from the residential low density zoning classification to the light industrial zoning classification. And we are going to consider a special use permit to allow for a data center. This would have over 50,000 square feet in gross area. This would also include a utility substation, and this would potentially exceed the impervious surface in the Dog River Basin, though they have asked to amend their application, so they no longer need that approval. This is located at Veterans Memorial Highway, Mason Creek, and Old Post Road in Commission District Number 4. I will move forward in my presentation to highlight what has changed since the original presentation on this application. Specifically, when we came to you in January, it was the staff recommendation that it could be prudent to table this to give consideration to some very specific changes that had come in towards the end of December. I will show you a copy of the site plan and compare with what was originally submitted, but we have highlighted here before you those principal changes that we noticed between the original hearing and what we were presented. It was that reason that we suggested that this be tabled and that this application be opened up for public hearing once again to make sure that both the staff impact statements and the public comment is in regard to the application you are being asked to consider. So specifically, we noticed that there was an increase from 1.4 million square feet to 1.7 million square feet in the revised site plan. This looks to be a difference of about 300,000 square feet. The site plan was modified so that the project includes 3 buildings as opposed to 2 buildings. The parking area was roughly doubled, so they originally had been proposing 128 parking spaces. The amended site plan went to 238 parking spaces. They are indicating a decrease in impervious surface, but it appears that some of that is a result of changing what they had labeled green space, as well as changing their parking areas to indicate that those were all pervious parking areas at this time. They also have moved the proposed transmission line easement. Previously, it had been behind the residences on Mason Creek Road. It is now being moved to the east side of the property, so that would put it closer to the park at Winston Park. They are also showing a cul-de-sac at the end of Mason Creek Road that previously had not been on the plan, And they're also showing the sewer routing up the right-of-way of Mason Creek Road. Therefore, our DC DOT has indicated that there's some additional improvements that would potentially be needed to Mason Creek Road should the Board of Commissioners be inclined to approve the application. The driveway has been relocated to be closer to the intersection of Old Post Road. So as a reminder, we have some site clearance concerns that would have to be worked out through Georgia DOT in terms of the location of the driveway. And then finally, there were substantial revisions to a draft ordinance that was submitted by the staff. So I will move through and show you on the left hand, what you're seeing there is the original site plan showing the two buildings. And then on the right, you're seeing the modified site plan that now has the 1.7 million square feet of data center area over 3 buildings. So these were the original renderings that were submitted with the application. They did include some different elevation drawings with the December update, so you can see those here. And then they did include some different landscaping examples when they updated their packet here. There were a number of other different documents that you had requested and that the applicant had provided, and those were all uploaded with the packet. So I'm going to go ahead and jump forward. Looking at the staff recommendation, it is still substantially the opinion of staff that this should be denied. So we do not think that the map amendment, nor the rezoning, nor the special use permit is in keeping with the overall comprehensive plan and the spirit and intent of the Unified Development Code. So it is still very much the staff recommendation that this application should be denied. However, if the board would like to consider approval, we are recommending that there are certain conditions that should be considered as a part of the rezoning and special use permit. So I will briefly go through those conditions. These are the same conditions that are included in the staff report with the draft ordinance in your packet. So the first condition is that the development of this site is for a data center and for no other purpose. Any proposed change of use for this site shall be returned to the Board of Commissioners for review and approval. Number 2, the development of this site shall not utilize any form of tax abatement or other incentive that would reduce the tax contribution of the property based on the estimate submitted with the annual economic and fiscal contribution to Douglas County dated in August 2024 and submitted with the zoning application. Number 3, the development of the site for a data center shall be generally in accordance with the concept plan included in the planning and zoning file and dated December 20th, 2024. Approval is conditioned to the site plan. Minor revisions may be approved by the Director of Development Services. Should the Director determine that a revision does not qualify as a minor revision, it shall be at the discretion of the Director to return the application to the Board of Commissioners for review and approval. Number 4, every reasonable effort will be made so that the electric utility infrastructure, including but not limited to transmission lines, shall be oriented parallel to the public right-of-way and shall not cross perpendicular to any public right-of-way that is not otherwise an intersection of 2 or more public right-of-ways. Every reasonable effort will be made so that the transmission line serving the project shall not cross any property designated for residential use or used for residential purposes. Number 5, all stipulations of the GRETA Notice of Decision for DRI 4192 and the DC DOT impact statements included in the staff report are referenced herein and shall be binding as conditions of zoning approval. The Douglas County Development Review Committee shall coordinate for interpretation and implementation of these conditions. In the event of a conflict in interpretation, the application shall be returned to the Douglas County Board of Commissioners for review and approval. Number 6, the project shall be limited to 25% impervious surface for the entire project site. Allocation of allowable uses within the total impervious surface shall be determined by the Douglas County Water and Sewer Authority. Once impervious surface calculations are determined, there shall be no reduction of project area due to subdivision or any other action that would impact the impervious surface calculation without commensurate reduction in the development to compensate. Number 7, the Douglas County Water and Sewer Authority shall have sole discretion to determine the mode and direction of expansion of any water or sewer lines that will serve the development, as well as the construction of any on-site infrastructure designed for the capture and storage of water or wastewater. Number 8, the project shall substantially conform to the elevation renderings dated December 27, 2024, and including the planning and zoning file. There should be no structure that extends a maximum height of 57 feet from ground to parapet. With mechanical equipment, the structure may not exceed the overall height of 70 feet. Allowable cladding materials include architecturally treated concrete panel, architecturally treated decorative metal, and glass, unless otherwise approved by the Director of Development Services. In the event of a conflict in interpretation, the application shall be returned to the Douglas County Board of Commissioners for review and approval. Number 9, the site landscaping shall meet all requirements of the Douglas County Unified Development Code and shall substantially conform to the elevation renderings dated August 6, 2024, August 9, 2024, and December 20th, 2024, and included in the planning and zoning file in regard to screening any new construction on the property. Determination of some compliance shall be made by the Douglas County Development Review Committee. In the event of conflict in interpretation, this application shall be returned to the Board of Commissioners for review and approval. And finally, number 10, the project shall comply with the requirements for applicable noise limits as outlined in Article 5 of the Douglas County Code of Ordinances, except the measurement of noise level at any property line with a residential structure shall be a maximum of 75 dBA, day or night, 7 days a week. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Duncan. At this time, important time, I will open public hearing in this matter again. Anyone wishing to speak in favor of this application, including the applicant or the applicant's representative, please approach the podium. We have 15 minutes allocated, 2 minutes per person to speak. If you'd state your name and address for the record, then 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Henry Bailey, counsel for the applicant at 3343 Peachtree Road, Northeast Atlanta, Georgia, Morris Manning and Martin LLP. As Ms. Duncan stated, what this request is, I won't go into to reiterate that. What I will say though is, for the sake of clarity, there has been no changes to this plan since, or this application since the last time we were before you in January. Everything remains the same. We have not made any changes. The only thing that is different is the fact that your packet from the January public hearing versus your packet today does not include the applicant's proposed changes to those conditions that Ms. Duncan just read off, namely number 3 with respect to the site plan. We included the definition of what was minor versus major that we would like to see worked through, as well as number 4 with respect to Georgia Power. We cannot bind Georgia Power to a rezoning with respect to any of the locations of the power lines, the power grids, and then on number 7. The landscaping plan condition, I believe we had an incorrect date. We'll confirm that, but aside from the conditions not being in the packet that you received for this tonight's presentation versus the past when there had been no changes whatsoever. So we ask that you all support the request and approve it tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this application? State your name and address, and then 2 minutes, sir.
Al Dobbs. We have property at 3139 Mason Creek Fork. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and your board, Madam Chair, my chairman, my commissioner, Vice Chairman Akaraz, and to the commissioners, and to your staff. It was 1964 that a young artist by the name of Sam Cooke wrote a song. The name of that song was "A Change Is Gonna Come." Madam Chair, I would imagine you're too young to know that, but that song came
Not actually.
off of an album by the name of Ain't That Good News. It is good news that a change is gonna come. It's better news that a change is here. The change that Douglas County needs, that is going to propel this county to be the #1 county in the country. That is my belief. Counties across this country is going to be calling you all, asking you, how did you do it? Matter of fact, they're going to want to pay to come down to see how you did it. You did it by approving this data center that Trummer Crow has presented to you. We need that change. We're ready for that change. Regardless as to what opposition may say to you, time is now for the change of Douglas County. Madam Chair, our courthouse is too small. The revenue that's going to come from this data center alone is going to help restructure the county administrative offices. The infrastructure, the arts, lower taxes. All of these are things that are on the table that can happen if only this is approved. It is obviously that I am in support of it. I ask you all to vote yes.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? If you state your name and address, and in 2 minutes.
Hi. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Matthew Shank. I'm at 3061 Mason Creek Road with my wife, Lacey. I definitely am in support of the data center. Project represents I get nervous. A significant opportunity for Douglas County. Tax revenue will be substantial, funding our schools and vital services. It will create well-paying jobs, boosting our local economy. The data center can also foster valuable partnerships with our schools, providing resources and opportunities in STEM fields. It also shows that Douglas County is a forward-thinking place to invest and do business. Finally, I believe in technology's power to improve our lives. Data centers are essential infrastructure for our digital world. By supporting this project, we are supporting Project. This data center is a win for Douglas County, bringing economic prosperity and educational advancement. I urge you to approve it. And I used AI. I used Google Gemini to help me write this speech. So, I'm a big proponent of technology and the impact on our lives. And I think that, the data center is important not only because it is part of that growing change in our world, but also for the opportunities it'll bring to this area. I can understand why some people might be opposed to it that have, deeply established roots in the community, but I personally think it's something that would be good for us. But thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Anyone else wishing to speak might want to get in line because time it takes you to get up here is part of the 15 minutes.
Okay. Good evening. I will speak to the commissioner.
If you state your name and address, please.
My name is Tommy Danley, and my address is 2975 Old Post Road, Winston, Georgia.
We go. Pause your 15 minutes. Yeah.
We have one of our EMTs right there.
Okay, good. When I was going into nurse mode, I was going to help us. Okay, I'm not going to take his.
On.
You got it? You want me to go? Okay. He said he's good. How you doing, son? He has 2 bars. Okay.
How much time do we have left?
Okay, Would you set your clock for 15 minutes? 9 minutes, okay. If you would, state your name and address for the record.
Sorry, just for purposes of the record, Audrey Lewis with legal, we did pause the time, once the gentleman began to express that there was a medical emergency, so that time still remains for them to use.
Thank you.
My name is Tracy Williams, and I reside at 2824 Man Road, Winston, Georgia, 30187. Good evening, Madam Chair, and to all of our leaders and our friends. Again, my name is Tracy Danley Williams. I'm the granddaughter of the late Looney and Frances Danley, the daughter of the late Stacy Danley Sr. and Betty Danley, and the wife of Calvin Williams Jr. I stand before you as someone who grew up under the hill on Mason Creek Road in Winston, Georgia, where we've always experienced a strong sense of community and family and safety. However, as time has passed, many of our beloved neighbors have moved away or they've passed on. And some of those who remain are struggling to maintain their homes amidst rising costs. It's heartbreaking to me to see some homes fall into disrepair because people can't afford the necessary upkeep. Now there's an opportunity that could bring positive change to our community. TC Development has proposed building a data center on the land next door. Despite concerns, I believe this project could be a turning point for everyone, a good turning point. The company has made generous offers of support to those in the community. This support could be a lifeline allowing many to repair and improve their homes. Moreover, the data center itself could create jobs, boost the local economy, and invest in our education system. I firmly believe that this development will not harm the environment. That's from what I've read from everything this whole time. In fact, the alternative could be the construction of multiple homes or apartment complexes, which might bring more congestion and strain to our resources. All I know is the Bible, and it says in Isaiah 43:19, "See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? I'm making a way in the wilderness and streams in the wasteland." This verse reminds us to embrace new opportunities and trust in the positive changes they can bring. I urge you to consider the building of this data center so that we can ensure our community continues to thrive and that the legacy of all of those before us will endure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You'd state your name and address in 2 minutes.
Ambassador Isaac Asel. Mr. Chairman and Chair Lady, I'm happy to be in front of you today. And the change that is coming here in Douglas County, the youth and the young professionals are ready for it. We've seen what you guys have been doing. We've seen how our county is growing. We've seen Lionsgate. We've seen the Google Center. We've seen other development. I understand that some of our community citizens are not all in favor of the change that's coming. But for Douglas County to position themselves in the future for the new AI revolution that's coming, these are some of the important investment that we need in our community. I know a lot of people have talked about the jobs and how it's going to create high-paying jobs for the youth, to retain the youth in the city. We know we have competitors around our county who are fighting for these kind of projects. So this is not the time for us to come before you and push away the economic development that is coming to change the way we do things here in Douglas County. I've been a Douglas County resident since 2005, and I myself has been a supportive and a person who has brought change to Douglas County through my business. I don't know much about the data center, but there's one thing for sure that I know. Everywhere that you go, there are data centers being built around, because the change that is coming for us to get ready for, that's what we need. And I'm urging all of you, when you're making your decision, don't make it based on traffic alone, because traffic don't pay our bills. But at the same time, it helps us. We commute to Atlanta all the time. There's a lot of youth people that are here that commute all the time. Thank you for my time, and I urge you all to vote in favor of it.
What was your address, sir?
5390 Yeager Road,
Okay.
Douglasville, Georgia, 30135.
Okay, thank you. State your name and address for the record in
Gary
2 minutes.
Sparks, 3123 Mason Creek Road, Winston, Georgia. Madam Chair and Sir, Commissioners and people on the committee, I stand in support of building the data center. However, I started out not supporting it, and you all have a big decision to make. You know, tonight, as soon as I walk in the place, I get called a traitor. No, I just realized what needs to be done. I'm not gonna rehash what Reverend Al said about it's time for a change. And let's make a positive, proactive change. Now these people, when we first started out, we had some conflict resolutions we had to go through. Now these people, Tremor Crow, they went down I'm talking about people living on the front line on Mason Creek. I'm not talking about people live a half a mile away. I'm talking about people that live there. They went and spoke to each representative, each household. And I don't know what all they told them, but each household, a lot of them came back wanting what they were offering. It's an opportunity for some of our homes down there to be upgraded. Because you're talking about a community that's been there, 100 years, 80 years or more? And some of those houses are getting old, and a lot of people that's gonna come up here, they done moved away, they don't even live there anymore. So we're talking about people that lives on the front line. And we had debate, and so far, everything that they said Tremor Crow, they said they were gonna do, they've been stand up and they've been doing what they say they're gonna do. Now we can hold them accountable. We're gonna hold them accountable. You all hold them accountable to the things that the lady just read, the conditions. As long as we know that they're doing it right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak?
Yes, thank you all very much, Madam Chair and other elected officials. My name is Homer Danley, and I live at 3020 Mason Creek Road, which is at the beginning of the street, and then we also own the property across the street. And then my brother that was up here earlier, he owns the two properties on the other side of Old Post Road. And then we have Miss Rita Hudson, Rita right back here. She owns the other one on Old Post Road. We're the properties directly tied to the project. And then my neighbors down the street, Miss Graham, Mr. Burton, and Mr. Kemp, and all of us are, in support of the data center. Quite often when you have something like this, there are going to be some winners and some losers. And I really started off, when we started off, it was kind of like, it was 44 properties, and it was almost like 43-1, because I was the only person that was in favor of it. But I wasn't in favor of it to start with until I talked to Tremor Crow, told them some concerns I had. They worked through all the things concerns I had. But this particular project would be almost like people pray for stuff, but people think that God just throws stuff out of the sky, but it doesn't work through osmosis. But what he does is he has to move on somebody's heart or some condition to change it to get these things. The things that this community can receive from Tremor Crow has to be a miracle. In fact, when I first heard it, I said, it's too good to be true. It can't be true. Where the county is going to benefit from the tax break, the whole community will benefit from that. I own a lot of real estate, and I can tell you this property taxes, my property taxes have gone up almost 200-something% over the last 3 or 4 years, and it's going to continue to grow unless we can get some businesses in here. So I represent the community group is called the Mason Creek Community Legacy Group, and we've been meeting and talking with Tremor Crow. It's approximately 28 properties that have they're going to be a part of that group. And we want to say that we do support the data center from those 28 properties. And I think that Mr. Dobbs represents the other 16
Okay.
properties that.
That's your time.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. How much time do we have left? That was it? Okay. Allison, could you come up, please? And we need to make special
Mr. Chairman?
dispensation for Mr. Danley.
So my recommendation at this time is to go ahead with the public hearing in opposition, and then I believe it would be appropriate if Mr. Danley is feeling recovered to the point to speak, to allow him to have his opportunity to speak, and then if we need to add additional time to compensate for him at the end of the public hearing, that is my recommendation. I think that would be appropriate.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think that sounds good. Thank you. At this point in time, I'll close the public hearing in favor and open the public hearing in opposition. We have 15 minutes allocated there. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition, please approach the podium, and you have 2 minutes per person.
Good evening. My name is Annetta Danley Stembridge, and I'm the clerk of Superior and State Court here in Douglas County. And I come to you in two capacities. First, I'm a resident of Winston, and secondly, as the clerk, I am a constitutional officer, and I'm for the people. I don't understand why you have to put a data center in the middle of a community when Douglas County has thousands and thousands of acres of land. I'm not against change, and I'm not against the data center. I'm against it being in the middle of our community, and you're going to destroy the community. I had the opportunity to speak to somebody today who had this experience of the same company putting a data center in their community. The community is destroyed. I also read an article from the Sheriff's Department that said they didn't recommend it because of the two schools there. Do you know what riffraff that's going to bring, being right next to an elementary school? And they talked about the theft, how it's going to increase crime. Douglas County has already been named the 7th worst city for criminal activity. The 7th, we're number 7 in the state. According to the sheriff, this is going to bring a lot of theft. I don't want it in my community. Unlike some of them who came up here, they don't live in Winston anymore. I live in Winston. And I just beg you not to destroy our community. I'm very passionate about Douglas County. And I don't understand. I know most of you are not originally from Douglas County. I am.
Okay.
So I feel differently.
That's your 2 minutes. Thank you very much. We need to keep this tight. A lot of people want to speak. If you'd state your name and address.
My name is Ronnie Chestnut. I live at 4272 Willow Ridge Road, Douglasville, Georgia. I've heard and you guys heard it too, but there's two sides to a coin. There's a head and a tail. Now, I spoke with someone in this forum about a month ago, and they came at me and basically said they were superior than me because they had more than me. And I wanted to kind of argue, but I was in this forum. And then I got to thinking, if they think like that, what does Trammell Crow think? What does Alliance think? These are people that come in and they prey on community like ours that's desperate for money. And they say, oh, it's about change. Oh, I'm not against change. I'm against it to fit in my backyard. If you go through their history, you'll see where most of their plants are located at. It's in unserved minority areas. And if they can prove that otherwise it's not, I'll stand corrected. Because it's a shame how they throw trinkets or little dollars at us and we change. These people in Winston have toiled over that land for years, and most of that area is paid off. Yeah, some of the houses, but what neighborhood houses are not deployed? What's some that are falling? See, they like to think that the change is coming. All change ain't good. All change is not good. If you go to the doctor, you don't want to hear that you have a tumor. It's a change. Everything is going to change. But we have to understand that you guys got the right. And the last thing that I want to say is, Jesus was sitting at the table at the last dinner, and he reached over to Judith, and he said, whatever you do, do quickly. Do quickly. You guys have to do quickly or work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? If you'd state your name and address, and 2 minutes.
Michelle McIntosh. I live at 13641 Veterans Memorial Highway. Thank you for your time. The McIntoshes have lived there since the 1940s, and it's our intentions to be there through the 2040s and beyond. I'm opposed to the rezoning because I think our existing land use plan is well written and it accurately reflects what the majority of the people in Winston want. I'm not sure what other motivation there could be for rezoning other than greed. And I surely hope that you guys choose against the rezoning so that we can continue to live in this community the way it has been planned for and I think well planned for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition?
Good evening. My name is Marvin McIntosh. I reside also at 13641 Veterans Memorial Highway. And the only thing I would really think I could add is it blows my mind that we've come this far with this many meetings when the staff has already said that this is shouldn't be done. It shouldn't be approved. The staff, the people who look at these things every single day, have said, yeah, this doesn't look like a good fit. Yet here we are once again. And I just am at my wit's ends. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition, please approach the podium. Okay, seeing no one moving, I will close the public hearing in opposition. Ms. Duncan has Mr. Danley. Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Danley. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Tommy Danley, I'm 2975 Old Post Road. Directly across from where the summer's supposed to be. I'll say to the commissioners and to the planning board, one of the things that really concerns me is we need sewage. I'm sure all of you are aware how much it's going to cost us to do it if we don't get it now. Taxes will have to go up, as they already have. And if we could get the sewage in there, there's property all around that place that we can't use because it's not big enough. 2 acres of land, you can't even build a house. I mean, it's just sitting there. The revenue that would come in would help the community. We could have a park. We could have all kind of different things. And the people who live there is for that in Winston. They are for it. The people who don't live there, don't even know about it, is not for it. If you go within 1 mile of my house, and I live 2975 Post Road, if you go within 1 mile of radius, everybody there will say, okay. So where are these people coming from? And I'll assure you, 99% of them have sewage where they live. They have sewage. We don't have it, but they have it. Yet they're trying to cause us problems. Our taxes is already high. And I don't understand it. And I know the commissioners is aware of how much it's gonna cost. I know the planning committee also aware of how much sewage is gonna cost. And if we can get it in now, and we won't have to spend all that money and get that tax revenue, we can do a lot of things in Winston. It can be a beautiful little place. Right now, we can't do anything with it. You gotta have 3 acres of land to build a house. Where are you gonna find 3 acres of land at? That's what I'm asking for. Please, please, please. And the people who vote for you live in Winston. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stanley. Since we opened up another 2 minutes there, even though there was nobody else left in opposition, I'll open it up with 2 more minutes if anybody wants to speak in opposition. That way we've equaled it out. Okay, seeing no one moving, I'll close the public hearing. Planning and zoning, do you have any questions of the applicant or of staff on this matter?
Chairman, it's Rob Thomas. I have a, she's busy. Staff? All right.
She's coming.
I'd like to start.
Yes, sir.
Hi, I'd like to start with your recommendation, or your recommendation not to approve. We'll start with that.
Yes, sir.
And that's because of the. This was outside of the future use map for that area, correct?
Let's see. Give me just 1 second.
Okay.
All right, so this is the Winston Small Area Plan. So this shows the area and what we had anticipated for the comprehensive plan in the future land use of this area. So we would say that the comprehensive plan and the small area plan for Winston does not contemplate the intensity of use as a data center. It also would not contemplate any of the offsite impacts that would come with a data center in this area. For many years, this area has been designated to be kind of a mixed-use community village node. So we would anticipate some additional lower density in rural residential development and some small service-oriented uses. There's already a really solid footprint of a community node in Winston with the elementary school, the park, the post office, and certain limited retail uses in the area. So the comprehensive plan anticipated that we would build on that vision and create sort of a low-density rural residential mixed-use node in this area.
Could you give me examples of some commercial use for what it's set for right now?
So what we have in terms of commercial uses in this area right now, small box discount retail stores, we have gas station and service uses in the area, we have daycares in the area, we have some limited rental, heavy industrial and limited rental capabilities in the area.
Is it heavy industrial?
Heavy commercial,
Heavy-
sorry, I
okay,
apologize if I said
okay,
heavy
all right,
industrial.
okay,
Heavy commercial rental
Okay.
uses in that area. And so we would anticipate building on that same footprint with an overall mix of uses that would support that historic character of Winston.
Okay. So this would go opposite or oppose the future land use map in that area if this was approved. Is part of the concern also is that if this data center is approved and the improvements made by the data center will then draw other type of non-conforming or, not necessarily conform with the future land use map in the future.
Right, so it would be the staff's recommendation that they would need to, if the commission is inclined to approve this use, make it very clear the reasons why they are approving this use and what might make this unique situation as opposed to something that would just start a domino effect that would cause us to continue to vote contrary to what our adopted policy documents are. As we have detailed in our staff report, we've received inquiries from data center developers for at least 6 other sites in this northwest corner of the county, and we've received inquiries from 2 battery energy storage facilities. So there are a number of people that are looking to be able to have direct access to the utility grid that is over in this area. So these are not uses that are contemplated at a scale and intensity for a comprehensive plan update. The Commerce Center is mostly centered along the Thornton Road corridor in Douglas County. So the Commerce Center land use classification is something that we have reserved for that area around Thornton Road, and we did not contemplate it moving out into this part of the county.
So this is like a Pandora's box opening. It could possibly then open to other type businesses that are not necessarily in the future land use map.
So
like I said, you're getting inquiries now pertaining to this area.
The staff recommendation is that we would deny the request because we don't see that there is anything so particularly unique about this use in this area, so that we would run the risk of opening up to this area to every other property owner that would want to come in and do something that isn't contemplated in our future land use plan.
Okay, thank you. That's the only question I have. I yield.
Mr. Brandon Petterman, you can stay right there, Allison. So, Allison, I heard you mention that you got 6 online right now that are kind of questioning similar development. Would those 6 still have to come before the board before being approved?
Yes, sir.
So it would still be a choice that we would have to make
Yes, sir.
in regards to those 6 that come. Okay, real quick, can I speak to Trammell Crow? Am I pronouncing that right? Can I speak to you guys? All right, so one of my big concerns with the development is the uniformity of that area. One of people's biggest concerns is that they don't really want to see their community turn into an industrial hub. So have you guys considered like the facade of the building and kind of making it seem or appear more communal to residential areas, seeing that you're like right in the backyard of residential areas? Because from the rendering I see, it does look high tech and fancy, but it doesn't seem like it really matches that area. It is very nice what you've rendered, but have you guys considered a facade or some type of overlay that really appeals to that communal feel of that area?
It's really difficult to match the facade and look of an industrial building to a residential community, respectfully. But as a part of the site planning for this site, that's why we included significant buffering between the building itself and the surrounding properties, as well as the elevations that you've seen and the site distances that we've also provided in the report to ensure that to the least extent possible that the building is visible from the surrounding property, such that the character of the area from an appearance standpoint is affected to the least amount possible.
Okay. All right, cool. I just need to speak one time to the appraisal department. That's good. Thank you. I just want to speak to Eugene, if possible, or Adrian, or both. Is it Adrian or Adriana? Adrian. From appraisal.
Adrian had to step out, so it's just Eugene today.
Okay, that's cool. You usually got good answers from me, Mr. Eugene. So, big concern for me is the tax value when it comes to this development. If it's approved, do you have a roundabout figure or what the tax base would be? I know we have a condition in here that they wouldn't receive any tax abatements, but do you know or have a roundabout figure of what the taxable income would be for the county for a project like this?
Based on the 1.4 million square foot of the building, yeah, we kind of do.
Okay, can I get that number?
Total value for the building, the building and land would be like $1.98 million.
Year annually?
Well, it could go up from there, go down depending on, but yeah.
But right now, it would be $1 million a year.
That's about where you
tax
started,
base.
would be based on 1.4 million square foot.
Okay, and that's total for all the tax base that would be.
That's just the building and land.
Okay.
That does not count the personal property.
Okay, do you have a number for that personal property?
Personal property on about that same size would be about $925 million.
So we're looking at close to like $2 million total
No, $925 million.
Oh, 900.
You're talking about $1 billion.
25 million.
Total about $1 billion.
Say it again?
$1 billion.
You said about $1 billion of tax revenue?
Yes, value.
Value, okay.
Not
Got it.
taxes.
Not the tax.
Got it,
I don't do
okay.
taxes.
Just want to make sure I'm hearing you clearly, 'cause, man.
I don't do taxes.
Okay. All right, good to know.
But now you could take that $1 billion range, multiply it by 40%, multiply it by the millage rate for the county, which would be 12.063, and that would give you your tax base.
Do you have that total of
No,
those
I don't have
those
that.
calculations? That's what I want to know.
I didn't add that up.
Okay.
But that's just the county's millage rate minus the sales tax credit that everybody gets. So
Okay. Good to know. Good to know. I just wanted to put some true light on that number when it comes to our community. I think that'll do it for my questions. But I got one more question for Trimmer Crow, real quick. Have you guys done that math? Let me hear the number. Is that, first off, let me ask the attorney. Is that out of my purview?
Yes, you can ask any clarifying questions that you want to make your decision on.
Okay, beautiful. Could you?
So in the packet,
Before you start, as you explain it, just explain it in the most layman terms that you can.
so in the packet, we submitted a economic analysis where it's by Mangum Economics over the next 15 years. And I think that the estimate on the value was a little bit less than what we were estimating, which is for the 3 buildings, it'll be about $6.5 billion. And so in 15 years, the cumulative tax projection for Douglas County, which this was vetted out to make sure that we were calculating it correctly, is just under $800 million.
$800 million over 15 years.
And so that levels out to, I believe, about $74.8 million in about 2037. And so that's an annual, you'll have $74.8 million annually. So
74.8 annually. All right, cool. I just wanted to get a true perspective on the tax value and how it really affects the community in that regard. I think that covers all of my questions for today. So thank you.
Sure. Can I get WSA or represented? There you go.
Good evening, all. Brian Keel, representing Water and Sewer Authority.
All right, thank you. I have a question. Everybody's talking about the sewer. And that's one thing that everybody's talking and saying that bringing it out. Now, I have a question. Does the company have to have sewer, or could they use septic in that case, if they choose not to do that? Based off your analysis.
Sure. So by our strict regulations, there is no requirement to go on sewer due to their distance from sewer. From what we understand, talking to Trammell Crow, they desire to get on sewer. And as such, they have worked out the plan that's in the packet, which we have reviewed, and conceptually is workable.
But in some cases, if they choose not to, they don't necessarily have to have sewer in that instance.
That is true by our regulations. We could not require it. However, that would mean that environmental health would have to permit a septic system for that site. And, that's a whole other big question mark.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that, it's been a big talk about the sewer versus septic in that area. Right. And just so that we have that clarity on record, it can be a possibility that they could choose not to go sewer versus staying on septic, but they had to go through some environmental concerns that will either go their way or our way. Okay, that's the only question I have.
Okay, so in essence, we approve this. They could come to DRC and change to septic and not put in the sewer.
They could make that request.
They could make that request. And that would be possible, depending on the two circumstances, you said, the two different agencies approving it.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
thank you. Any other questions?
Because
Yes,
one-
I have a question. Anyone from DOT here?
Well, while he's up here, let me ask him another question. There's a distance, right, that from sewer to the site. If it's beyond that distance, then you can say, hey, you can go septic.
Yes, sir. That's
Okay.
correct.
And I think we reached that distance, right?
It's
In this case.
1,000 feet from available
So
sewer.
technically, they don't have to be on,
Correct.
because of the distance.
Correct,
Okay,
yes,
thank
sir.
you.
Okay, thank you, Brian.
Yes, sir.
DOT? How you doing, sir?
Good evening, Bruce Mercer, the transportation engineer.
Okay. Bruce, I just wanted to talk about the analysis that's been done in terms of increasing of traffic in that area.
Yes, sir.
What is your studies proved?
The original traffic report that was submitted was for 1.76 million square feet, so it was basically within a couple of 100,000 square feet shy. The additional increase from the previous meetings to today barely exceeded the threshold that was already covered in the traffic study.
Okay. So you have
I
approved
mean, we're
that?
talking minimal cars than what we've originally saw in the original traffic study. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I want.
It's Brandon Penman. I got one more question for Trumbull Crow real quick. In regards to the septic and the sewer side, just give me your reasoning behind why you chose to go sewer, and would you ever consider going septic?
Oh, we would not choose to ever go septic. In fact, you can make us getting on sewer condition of the rezoning. That's something we're committed to. We've discussed the entire time with everybody in the neighborhood. It's not something we're going to ever renege on. We made that commitment, and we would stand by it.
Good to know. All right, thank you.
Any other questions?
Chairman, I have a question probably for the applicant. There's several schools that are in proximity close to the site, specifically Winston Elementary School. And I think you touched on this in the first meeting that we have. So if you could just speak to the safety, the noise level, and what kind of impact that would have on Winston.
So with the Winston Elementary School, we have met with representatives from the school and have.
Excuse me. Name, please, before you start. So
okay, sorry
she's
about
got
that.
it on the transcript.
Tyler Cooksey with Tremble Crow Company, 3550 Lenox Road, Northeast, Atlanta, Georgia. So we have met with representatives from the Winston Elementary School. We have explained exactly what our project is and the distance from the school and from the ballpark, and there has not been any concerns whatsoever. It's a far enough distance away from the school that it's not going to cause any issues, and I mean, it's all good. So, what do you want? Something.
Well, do you have examples of where data centers?
So we provided in the
proximity?
packet an example of where there's another data center facility that we have in where there's a school on one side and a residential community on the other side, and that is very positive community feedback from that community. We provided that the contact information for them for staff to reach out and just ask questions if they did. I'm not sure if they followed through with that. I see Allison nodding, so yes, she did. But that is a good example of something that's even a data center that's even closer than what we've proposed here.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think I went in the wrong direction. Apologies. So this is the image that they did provide to us. We did contact our counterpart out there. It was clarified to us that the area in blue showing the data center that is located on the site did not have to seek a rezoning. It came onto land that was already zoned industrial. The school is to the left, to the west. but I believe it is a community college. I do not believe it is an elementary school. And then you can see the existing neighborhood that, again, had developed by an older industrial park. And my understanding from my counterpart in this jurisdiction is that they came in on land that was already zoned industrial and did not require any further zoning action for the use to develop in that site.
Just as a reminder, 53% of the site is already zoned light industrial here. You know, there's 87 acres that's on the southern portion that butts up to I-20, so somewhat similar in this situation. I do want to hit on just, there was a comment that was made about there being riffraff coming around. This will be a super secure facility. There is not going to be any, you know, safety concerns for the students over at Winston Elementary School. So,
I appreciate it. Thank you.
yeah, it'll be, you know, fencing all around and the buffers in addition to that. So,
While you're up here real quick, I believe Chairwoman asked you guys about a audio hygienist or something similar to that. Did you
an
guys
industrial
go
hygienist.
An industrial hygienist.
Let me invite Stephanie from.
I'm aware that it's in the packet. Just want to hear from you guys.
Yeah.
What you got?
Stephanie Harris with Trimacrow. So yes, we did get a report completed with the hygienist, and the data center would not have any exposure or low risk exposure to the workers or the community in the nature of the operations in respect to the airborne and noise hazards. There was a preliminary acoustical study that was conducted, and it indicated, based upon this report, that there are low exposure risks from both perspectives. So the data center is not utilizing anything that's contaminated with water treatments or radiation, things like that, that could pose a hazard concern from a data center perspective. Sorry, I kind of read through that really
Thank you.
fast.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing none, Madam Chair, I'll throw it to the Board of Commissioners for whatever questions you folks may have.
Okay, thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, do we have any questions for the applicant or staff?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Vice Chairman Alcaraz, you have the floor.
This is for Allison.
Yes, sir.
So we have the 87 acres is in the back of that property, correct? It's back towards the interstate?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and simply just run a sewer right underneath the interstate to the other side of the Mason Creek makes that accessible or attractive, am I correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
You got the commercial property on the back side. If someone wanted to develop that property and attach to sewer, all they have to do is go underneath the interstate to Mason Creek, correct?
So the sewer would be pulled under I-20.
I'm sorry, I-20, yes.
To get to that property. When we have seen proposals on that property in the past, what has been problematic is access. So we would not allow industrial, I would defer to DOT, but in the past, DOT has not been supportive of industrial traffic accessing the property by Mason Creek, and they otherwise have no other access point to the property. There is also, as you can see from this map, a creek that bisects the center of the property. And so the impact to that creek has always been an issue in terms of finding a viable use for this property under an industrial zoning classification.
Okay. But if a developer wanted to come in and put a warehouse back there on that property and use the Waldrop Farms for basically just a driveway, that could be possible, correct?
We have seen warehouse proposals on this property, but quite frankly, the draw through the middle of the property is what makes it unappealing for any warehouse development that has come through. So if anybody wanted to bring a proposal through for that, if it was to be a driveway coming through the residential low density, we would require them to come for a rezoning if it was a driveway. If they were building a road that was built to county specifications, it may be possible to build a road, but a driveway would simply be a part of the project, and so they would have to rezone the front portion to accommodate for the driveway coming into the rear. But as I said, every time we've seen a warehouse proposal on this, the draw through the middle of it is what has made that not feasible for that particular use previously.
Okay. The reason I'm stating this is I just want the community to know this piece of property is very attractive for development because it's already zoned commercial. So I've already been contacted that there's things that could come there. And that's why I'm just stating, that's what I'm talking about with Allison. Building a road back to there could add access to where you don't want traffic, but yet
warehouses are inquiring about this piece of property. So I just wanted to make sure I got that out there. We have commercial, I don't like it either. I'm just going to state that. I grew up in that area. I don't like it either. But there's things that we can and can't stop. I'm just going the industrial coming across on the other side of the interstate. I'm sorry, on the other side of Veterans Memorial Highway, right across from the post office. I did not want that there, but it's there. So this is going to be for Trammell Crow. If you could please come up for just a moment. You already had this. Explain the security of this site.
Explain the
please.
security of the site?
The security that's going to be around this site.
Absolutely. So first of all, there's a access, the lone serviceable access on a day-to-day basis, ingress and egress is going to be on Veterans Memorial Highway. There will be an additional emergency access on Old Post Road, and then a maintenance access via a cul-de-sac for Georgia Power to access this substation. Aside from those access points, the property will be fully gated and fenced, with addition to the existing buffers and the added buffers. There will also be a security gate on the property to ensure that nobody that's not supposed to be there will be there. A data center is a highly sensitive operation where there's information that's contained within the data center must be ensured and protected. So in addition to that, there will be lighting to ensure that there will be that you won't just be able to sneak onto the property and hide and things of such, and also a camera system. So the property would be very safe, very secure via the lone access point with the security clearance required to enter, the fencing, and then the lighting and the camera setup.
Okay. That's all the questions I have, Madam Chair, for now.
Okay, thank you so much. Any other questions forward? Commissioner Kenneth Jones?
So you mentioned in terms of condition number 3 that you all had questions or requests for changing the definition of major versus minor improvements. What was you all's definition of both of those provisions?
Sure. So the revisions to the conditions that we provided back in December essentially wanted to make sure that there was no ambiguity about what was a minor versus a major improvement. So we basically provided a definition for major revisions, to the site plan to include increases in square footage or any change that required us to go back through the DRI process. And we specifically listed the number of the DRI approval that we've already gotten.
And if that definition isn't included in the modification and the board were to go with what staff's recommending, would there be an issue for Trammell Crow?
Well, I think there would be significant ambiguity there about what would equal a minor versus a major revision that I think can be avoided with a simple definition at this point.
This question may be more for staff, but stay just in case
Sure.
it's not. Managing Director Duncan, you had spoke about them not seeking a tax abatement, and so I know that was specifically for from the county's tax abatement structure. Are they also not seeking any abatements from the school district?
I'm not sure you asked that.
So the way we wrote the language of the condition is that this project would seek no tax abatements from any level.
At all whatsoever.
I am not familiar enough with the tax abatement program to understand what that would be entitled to, but because the applicant has repeatedly come before this board and said that they will seek no reduction, we just simply would recommend that if the board is inclined to approve it, that is codified as a condition of zoning approval.
And Trammell Crow, you understand that?
Yes, ma'am. Well, I'll reiterate the fact that we have made that statement over and over again. We are committed to that.
And I do believe that the printout that you all provided in terms of the economic benefits, that the estimated amount in taxes that you all would pay over the next 15 years does include the depreciation of personal property that would be inside the data centers, or is this not accounting for the depreciated
I'm going to step
value?
aside and let somebody else answer that question.
It does include the depreciation.
It does. And who was the vetting entity that you used to come up
Chris
with
Pumphrey,
this?
over at
Chris
Elevate Douglas.
Okay.
He was getting a lot of questions about the tax projections, and we vetted that out with them.
So I see that the parking lot spaces have changed. So what is the actual impervious surface calculation right now?
As shown on the site plan, I believe it's, oh, here we go.
Hi, Bob Zock with Kimley Horn, 11720 Amber Park Drive, Alpharetta, Georgia. I'm the civil engineer on the project, and the parking spaces were modified to, instead of being normal asphalt pavement, it's going to be pervious pavement, so that it would actually be a pervious surface for those parking spots. So the location didn't change. We just, instead of asphalt, it would be pervious asphalt.
And was that information or the materials provided to planning and zoning?
Yes, so it was noted in the zoning site plan that it would be pervious pavement, and then the resulting percentage of impervious is 24.75%.
Did you have something you wanted to add?
Just want to clarify, I don't know that we need to get into it this evening, but Brian Keel is here if you need him to speak to it specifically. But just simply indicating that they plan to use pervious pavement is not going to be sufficient to determine whether or not our Water and Sewer Authority will qualify that as impervious or pervious surface. So that's why we had the condition in there, should the board be inclined to approve it, to make it abundantly clear that that distinction is going to be made by the Water and Sewer Authority, who ultimately shares the responsibility for administering the watershed regulations. And so it would be up to their determination as to whether the materials that they used, which were not specified in the application, would actually qualify for that.
And so if the Water and Sewer Authority determined that it is not actually meeting their definition of pervious, and just to make sure that the public knows what we are talking about, impervious means that rain will beat up on it and sit. Pervious means that it will soak down and can be absorbed by the ground. I don't want to just be using these terms and people have no idea what we're talking about. But so if Water and Sewer comes back and says whatever material that they have proposed to use does not meet that definition, is that an issue that would have to come back before the design review?
I would defer to Brian Keel to address your question. Again, it is our recommendation that we do not go with the DRI threshold in terms of something that would trigger a major amendment and thus have to come back to the Board of Commissioners. That threshold is 500,000 square feet. So we would recommend that you keep the condition in regard to what comes back to this board as is, for the sake of complete transparency about any future changes. And I'm going to defer to Brian in terms of how impervious versus pervious surface is considered.
Very good definition, by the way. Nailed it. As Manager Duncan said, just calling it impervious or pervious pavement doesn't necessarily mean that there's no impervious component to it. Most of these products do have some impervious component, some pervious component. When we saw this, frankly, we said, okay, well, this is a design detail that is not unlike those that we work out on most other developments. Without more detail, we can't qualify. Does it really meet the 25% threshold? Those are calculations that we'll have to review during the design process.
But you all will be looking at it, and if it does not meet the definition, then what's the next recourse or the next step?
A change to the site plan. That would just be one thing that we look at in our plan review. Does it meet the requirement or not? If not, then it doesn't get our approval.
This is also for planning and zoning, so we mentioned that there would be potentially other data centers or warehouse developments that might be interested in this particular area. If this were approved, I do wonder, have we had any speculative residential development looking at this area?
We have not had any speculative residential development that I can recall. Most of the projects that have been coming into this area have been data centers or battery energy storage facilities in the last 6 months.
And I would assume that at that area, as long as it is septic tank only, is probably not going to be as desirable as some other parts of the county that are already on sewer in terms of building or adding residential developments.
So most of the residential rezonings that have come before you have been in areas that have sewer, or they can be accommodated through on-site septic tank. Typically, it is in the eastern side of the county where we have a little bit more infrastructure present. But generally speaking, we have not had as many residential rezonings countywide because we do have projects that have opted to come in under conservation provisions and things like that and not have to go through the zoning process. So we have been adding additional residential development throughout the county, but for the most part, they're just coming in under their existing density.
Have you seen any neighboring jurisdictions, or are you aware of any who have put any resolutions in place to permit one rezoning request but then prohibit it going forward?
That is probably something I'm going to look over to our legal department on, but I think that, you know, we would take any zoning decision on a case-by-case basis. We did modify the Unified Development Code after the comprehensive plan update because we were getting a lot of concerns about the scale of buildings that were coming in, right, particularly with a lot of the large warehouse and distribution. So that's why we put in the requirement that any building over 50,000 square feet has to come to this board. That was the solution that we had proposed at the time to make sure that you could still give case-by-case consideration to something in terms of whether or not it's appropriate for this jurisdiction or not. We've also utilized moratoriums in the past for uses where we had some concern in terms of whether or not we can accommodate the continued development. So, for example, the small box discount retailers was a moratorium that we had several years ago to address those concerns. So those would be my two go-to solutions rather than just outright saying, well, we're going to take this one and then we're going to shut the door behind us if we can't come up with some, you know, overarching public health, safety, and welfare reason why we should no longer be taking a specific land use type.
And then my last question is also for Trammell Crow. And this is kind of piggybacking off of Mr. Penniman's question, but we talked about the architecture and design controls in terms of having something that fits with the look, feel, character area of this location. Have y'all even considered, even if it is through softscapes or hardscapes or various different like paint colors and things like that to help the building blend in, or brick, that's fine. But just to help it visually blend in better with the forestry that is around it, as opposed to so much glass, gray, industrial look to it.
Sure, I'll allow Stephanie to answer that.
Yes, we can make facade adjustments. I mean, right now, we just have blanket concrete with some glazing there, but we can make adjustments to the facades if that's a requirement.
And if that was a condition of the rezoning, you all would not be opposed to that?
I don't see anybody having any issue with that.
I have no further questions, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Kenna Jones. Any other questions?
Yes.
Board, Commissioner Mitchell, you have the floor.
So stay with that. I mean, I like that condition that you talked about, the facade.
To my Stephanie?
Yes.
Okay.
So as stated though, so I think it's a nice, interesting looking building. In the event that this may or may not, or if it did pass, that being a condition, so if staff is kind of taking heed to that, would that be a condition that you guys would be okay with to try to make it look like, blend in, be a part of the community versus, nothing against my friends at Google and others, just being a concrete wall setup though?
Yes, I mean, we would agree to that. I mean, there's no issues with adjustments to the facade. So we don't see any issues with painting, some applications of stone. It would not be a problem.
Okay, that's interesting. Good enough. And since you're there, I don't know if either of you guys could kind of answer to this question. There are several conditions. You guys can come up. It's okay.
Just no, we would need to define exactly what we're talking about.
And I would agree.
Yeah.
I would agree.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to propose anything of that caliber on you guys. I'm only saying at least you would welcome that to make it look like the community versus it looks good.
Sure.
But I think it could look great.
Indeed. Understood.
If you take Commissioner Jones kind of.
As long as we got some clear, workable definition of what we're talking about, I think that's something that we could certainly work with.
And I just want to also add the conditions. There were several conditions, and Allison, I won't ask that you go through all of them.
Please don't.
Are you guys aware of those conditions?
We are.
Okay with those conditions?
Well,
outside of the one that you talked about, the wording and the definition, claiming and clarifying what that is, correct? Am I?
Well, there were a couple of conditions that when Allison originally sent the original draft ordinance, we retorted with a red line on those conditions, and we noted several areas where we would have liked to have seen some sort of movement or revision. The first one was the one about the site plan and defining whether something is major or minor. Now, Allison just pointed out that from a DRI standpoint, that number is 500,000 square feet. We don't have to be strict to the DRI number. We can come up with some other number, just to make it clear exactly what constitutes major versus minor, just so we don't have any ambiguity on that point. The second one was about Georgia Power, and requiring them to use all reasonable efforts to bring the power in certain directions. We personally, as the applicants, cannot force or enforce a condition like that
Correct.
on Georgia Power, so we would ask that that condition in whole be removed from the conditions. So that's the next one. Then in addition to that, there was number 7 with respect to the Douglas County Water and Sewer Authority. In our revisions to that condition, we asked that the applicant and the Water and Sewer Authority work together to come up with the plan for the sewer and water infrastructure on and off the site. And I think in Allison's conditions, it said that the Water and Sewer Authority would have sole and absolute discretion. Obviously, something that's on site for the Water and Sewer Authority to have sole and absolute discretion with respect to a development of this magnitude wouldn't necessarily work for the applicant. And then the last one, with respect to the elevations, I think the date in the conditions.
What number was it?
That is number 8. I think the date in the conditions that you have is an August date, and we provided updated renderings and elevations in December. What's the actual date on that? Pardon me.
Okay.
Pardon me. Yeah, okay. Well, the conditions that we saw stated August. So I wanted to make sure it was clear that it was not August, it was December.
So we don't know whether or not it was 8 or 9? Or
It's number 9.
Number 9, okay,
Yeah.
it's number 9.
Yeah.
Say again, Allison? Okay. And the reason I'm asking, and I appreciate this, because I want to make sure that in the event, and Alice, you can go ahead and step up, Alice. In the event that if it's approved and you are okay with those conditions, at least this board, planning and zoning, and the board of commissioners will be clear that these conditions stand with these types of adjustments. So if we leave here approved, everybody's clear. If we leave here denied, then it doesn't matter. Okay. Go ahead, Alice.
Just wanted to clarify, we are aware that they submitted the updated landscape exhibit. We included all of the landscape exhibits from August and December.
Okay.
In addition to the updated site plan dated in December. So those were very intentional on our part, as it was also intentional in giving sole discretion to the Water and Sewer Authority to determine where water and sewer infrastructure be placed. And we do believe that we think we do need information in there about working with Georgia Power in terms of the routing of the utility line. Georgia Power has always been good partners with us, and again, I would just remind this board that part of the reason the staff does recommend denial is because there are going to be off-site consequences that we cannot anticipate and we have not covered here. And in other jurisdictions, one of those significant impacts has been where transmission lines are all of a sudden routing over properties that have a residential zoning or a residential use in order to come to a certain location where they're needing to serve. So we have reviewed that condition through both our managing director of development and planning and our legal department, and they have not suggested that that needs to be removed.
Now, you said a lot. I get it. I just want to make sure they got it. If
I understood exactly what she said, but I will just retort that the Georgia Power transmission lines, as shown on the site plan, are the location that has been selected at this point because of the concerns that the neighborhood has addressed in all of our conversations. So we moved them to where they are now to the extent we were able to accommodate their requests of the neighborhood. But again, on forcing Georgia Power to do something,
right,
we cannot. But we're happy to make reasonable efforts to work with them on getting the transmission lines in a place that makes sense, most likely where they're shown on the site plan.
Got it. And while you guys are talking as well, I want WSA to walk up while that way we'll be here. He'll be here by the time you get through. But go ahead.
Just to clarify, in regard to the power lines, what Mr. Bailey is saying is correct. They are only showing you the power lines on the property.
Right.
They are not showing you where the power lines are going to have to come off-site and what properties will have to be traversed for the power line to get to that property.
Right.
So that is what we are trying to accommodate with that condition. It's not just looking at where the power is on their property, which is all you've seen, but it's looking at the potential off-site impacts so that that power line can get to that property.
Understood. Go ahead.
I just want to add, the rezoning that we have here today in front of the board, it's for this property. The red border that you see right there, that is what we're talking about. We can't control the off-site nature of
Understood.
things. So that's the only reason why we're saying we can't be bound by this, and Georgia Power can't be bound. Anyway.
Okay. Anything else you want to add to that before?
I think
Okay,
that's- I think that's
let
been
me
well
shift
vetted.
gears
Oh,
and
sure.
my water and sewer director to kind of come up, and then I'll get back some other stuff with you guys. Is there, based on the water and sewer lines, first of all, I mean the water, is there, will this be will this project, if approved, be able to, you guys are able to feed the water needs to this particular community along with this particular project?
Yes, sir. The water demands that they have proposed to us are well within our ability to serve, with no adverse impacts to the surrounding community.
And is there a certain type that's going to be feeding this project versus the community itself? And will there be an additional cost to the community if this project is passed by chance?
Yes, sir. I think maybe you're thinking about some of the other projects that we have going on where we've got some solutions to large requests for water uses that we are not able to supply with our community's potable water supply. And this is not one of those cases. The applicant has proposed no water uses for cooling, which is that is the large component of water demand from data centers that make those requests. So in this case, we are able to serve their needs with our potable water system with which we serve the rest of our community. The uses that they're proposing are analogous to a warehouse. Primarily, it's going to be restrooms and break rooms, people.
Okay, so there's, and they are doing sewer, from my understanding. I think I last heard that we are doing sewer, not septic tank or anything of that caliber, so.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And any idea where and how's the sewer line is gonna run to get them connected, and or anybody in that community if they so choose to do so?
Yes, sir. So the last plan that we saw, I believe it's in the packet, shows them running a sewer line up Mason Creek Road to Post Road.
That's the last I remember seeing.
And then that comes down, it kind of wraps around the side of their site and goes under the interstate. So that would be serving their site as well as any of those properties on Mason Creek Road adjacent to that sewer line. And then we have a sewer to which they can connect on the south side of the interstate.
And speaking of that community too, though, so in the event, because I don't know what they put together to assist with or consider that the homeowners off on Mason Creek to connect, I mean, it won't be your concerns, but it'll be those to connect. It'll be their, what I'm trying to get at is supposedly you guys have worked out something, not you, the water and sewer, has worked out something with that community to connect to sewer if they so choose. But it's not mandated that they do. If they so choose to stay on septic tank, then they don't have to connect to sewer, and it won't be mandated that they do so, if that's the case.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All righty, okay, interesting, okay. The fencing, can I just get, I don't know which one of you guys are the expert on the
What's the
fencing.
question? I guess we're just waiting on the question to know who's going to answer.
What type of fencing are we speaking of? Are we
Sure.
wood fencing or what type of fencing are we talking?
Probably will have perimeter chain link, black vinyl fencing, but we can make it ornamental along the street front.
Right, and that's what's going to be securing the property itself.
Yeah.
What's going to buffer that fencing from the school, the community, and so on?
So we'll have an undisturbed landscape buffer
Okay.
before we start our fencing on both sides of the property, on the east side and the west side. We've extended that buffer on the west side a little bit more because of where we've relocated the transmission line, so we do not have to disturb it. Also, with the reduction of the building size, we've gotten up to, I think, over 1,000 linear feet of undisturbed buffer on that side of the site.
Got it. So you pretty much are covered on that end. Can you guys speak to the potential jobs that this may bring, or what that may or could look like for Douglas Countyans?
Yeah, so in our Mangum economics report that we provided with the economic analysis that we were talking about the tax projections earlier, in that report, we're estimating that there's going to be about 156 jobs related to these facilities. There will also be, the tenants that are within the building that have their own, employees, and those that'll, net out to be about 200 jobs on this property. And those are six-figure jobs.
And you guys are working with technical institutions throughout Douglas County or high school? I mean, kind of how would they be able to even apply and be a part of? And
we
be a
have already
part of
been
that?
working with, some community members on, reaching out and starting that process. I know that Align is very engaged or wanting to be more engaged with the community colleges, with the Mason Creek Elementary School, working through STEM programs.
Okay.
And at least opening the door so that we can, continue this partnership with them.
Okay, good. And what effect will the post office have in this? Because I've heard from a few folks that the post office could be affected by this if this is passed.
So I do not believe the post office will be affected, and this is not competition for the post office. This is not going to touch the post office. That entrance that's over there is just an emergency, entrance for fire trucks to come in if it's needed.
Right.
There's not going to be any impact to the post office.
And definitely you won't have an effect on the fire station that's up there, right?
No, sir, it won't.
Okay. It'll probably be in a great place for you in case of an emergency.
Yes, they're right there.
Okay. All right. Thank you again. Thank you, and I appreciate those answers. I think my last question to Allison, I think it is.
Yes, sir.
I guess the major thing is that for the clarity of, is it 9 or 10 conditions that I want to make sure that we're clear in what they are, because from understanding the planning site, the Georgia Power piece, the number 7 WSA, and number 9, the August date of those submissions, can we make sure that when we get through this, if it passes, that we clarify that beforehand and make sure through planning and zoning that they know and fully aware of what that looks like and what that really is, so we won't be confused in the end when it comes back to us if it's an up or down vote? Can we make sure that but I think you said that is there, and we're clear in that understanding, and they're clear with accepting those conditions with that clarity, if I'm hearing them correctly, correct?
So my recommendation is that you approve the conditions as presented by staff. Those are the
Okay.
conditions that are in the draft ordinance that's in the packet. Those are the conditions that the public has seen. Those are the conditions that the applicant has had. So our recommendation is that you approve the conditions as presented by staff. I did hear them say they'd be willing to do stone on the entire exterior of the building. If you would like to make that a condition of approval, we could certainly do that. Or if you would like to specify exactly what exterior cladding material you think is more appropriate to the area. But otherwise, it's our recommendation that the conditions stand as staff presented them.
Okay, I think somebody, it seemed like there was a hot button push there, somebody thinking that, and I don't think we're trying to say stone or stucco or brick.
I just want to make sure
okay.
that it's clear that Allison said that tongue-in-cheek, sort of, with respect to the stone, because we certainly were not, certainly were not interested in doing a stone facade.
What about brick?
Excuse me?
Brick.
We're willing to consider certain facades, but stone, brick, I don't know. We'd have to have that conversation. As long as what is requested is clearly defined, and it's something that we can work with from a design standpoint, I think it's something we can consider.
And I guess what we're trying to say though is this, and I'm not trying to negotiate or stone, brick, or anything of that caliber. In the event that it does, how much are you guys willing to do to make it look like the community? What you have, like I said, is good.
Yeah.
But it's not the community. At least you can't get it exact. No.
But we can't get it exact. But what we will do, and what we're certainly willing to do, is to meet all the requirements of the code as it relates to the facade. For one. For two, in addition to that, if there are clearly defined facade improvements and aesthetics that you want to see, that's something that we can work with. We're absolutely willing to consider that as well.
So,
to the extent it makes it look more like the community.
Okay. Come on, your counterpart.
Forgive me for saying the word stone. I was just trying to, I know that's kind of.
You said it, and
I
you
know,
started
but
this.
forgive
Yeah.
me for saying
Okay.
that. But we are flexible on the facade. That's the whole goal here. We want to work with the community. We want to come up with a design that, you know, everyone wants to look at as they're driving by Veterans Memorial or down Old Post Road. So we want to be flexible.
But stone is not one of them.
I'm going to regret that I said.
Okay, that's all. We just want to make sure stone is not one of them. But, you know, anything else outside of stone could be something to talk about. And Allison, just long as while we're going through this, just make sure that we, you know, somewhat keep those types of conversations in the forefront so we won't miss the mark on that stuff. Because I truly get where Brandon Penniman was going with this. So I think some of the other ears are being, you know, kind of buzzing about that may be a decent look. So, and I appreciate, you know, these guys are, you know, kind of sort of trying to make it work. But I'm not trying to change the whole thing, but I'm just trying to see how can we make it look like a community if that's the case, though.
Understood.
Can you help
I
us
mean,
get
we'll
there?
certainly take that direction. I will also say very transparently, I do not know how I can make a 1.7 million square foot campus looks like it fits within Winston.
Understood.
But I certainly will.
But I know you're good, Allison. So I know you. Yes, I got confidence in you.
The board, if they approve with the conditions as presented by staff.
Understood. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Outside of that, Madam Chair, I yield.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Raxton, you have the floor.
Thank you. All right, so this is for the applicant. So I want to talk about the project schedule. And I know that we've gone to 3 buildings now, so if you can kind of walk us through what does the project plan look like and how would that be managed and ensure that we stay on schedule if this is approved?
Thank you. So my name is Drew Frederick, Trammell Crow Company. So the project schedule, the intent is that we would build one building after the next. You know, one of the things with this project that, you know, one of the longest lead time items that we'll have on this thing is the substation. You know, from the time we sign up the substation, it'll be 3 years before the equipment is there. Now, in that period of time, it'll be a case where all of the permits will be submitted. We're very aware of the 2-year time period as far as being able to submit plans and that sort of thing. So we'll work within that time period. But the idea is that we build one building right after the next. So these buildings typically will take about 2 years to build. So it'll be one after the next, just because we can't, you know, the amount of material and transformers and that sort of thing just isn't available, you know, in this large of a scale. It's hard to describe how much copper, wire, and all that needs to be available at that time. But again, the idea is that this building will go one right after the other. And again, back to the comment about the amount of buffer and areas that we have. I mean, you know, the vast majority of these buildings are not even going to be seen. They sit below the road surface behind large amounts of buffers. So, I mean, I think we kind of got off a little bit of a tangent on something we didn't need to. But as far as the schedule goes, I mean, it is the intent to, once we were able to get permits, and really the big thing, again, this whole thing is for power. And so by the time we get the transformers, the idea is that, substation, by the time the substation is built, the building is going to be built on time. So it'll be a case where, so again, back to again, assuming this gets through, we finish the final details with Georgia Power. It's 3 years to get a substation, 2 years to build it, so we'll start building a year. And so that by the time we finish the first building, the substation is available. We build that, fit that out, move to the next building. So it'll be built in sequence. So it'll be, you know, it'll be a several-year build-out, but it'll be a case where it'll be done, you know, in accordance with the supply and demand for the data centers.
All right, so based on that schedule, it looks like the first actual building will be built in year 5. Is that a correct assumption?
No, it'll be built in it'll start in year 2.
With the substation?
Well, the substation will start, so the substation, by the time we release the substation, it'll be 3 years for all that material to come on site and the substation to be built. In that period of time, the lines will be brought in and that sort of thing. So if the substation is 3 years and the building is 2 years, we'll start the substation a year before the first building. So a year into the substation build, we would start the building so that the two would coincide to be completed together.
Okay. And who will be managing kind of that overall project schedule? Is that a company that you'll be managing, or it's another firm, external firm, or how
It'll be
is
a
that going to be
combination
managed?
of us and our clients. We'll be managing the schedule. Georgia Power will be managing the build-out of the substation as well as the lines being brought in.
Okay. Then I guess just a question in regards to just over time there with the roads. And has there been any thoughts to any potential damages to roads with the construction going on? And it looks like over a multi-year period in time.
Well, it's no different than any other construction project that goes on. I mean, we do a lot of industrial projects, and the roads are, the commercial roads that are built for these are typically meant for it. Now, it's not to say that you can't damage something, and if we damage something, we'll fix it. But it's also one of those things where the vast majority of these roads are meant to take this type of construction. Now, the other thing is that the roads will see more construction. There'll be more traffic during the construction of it than there will be during the operation of it. So, the traffic actually, once it's actually done, will be very minimal. I mean, there'll still be traffic, but it's a minimal amount of trips when you look at roughly 200 similar jobs, the daily trips in and out. It's minimal compared to what it could be.
Okay. So let me just maybe ask Allison, just in concerns with the roads and just with the construction over a prolonged period of time here, is there any concern from staff as far as damages to the roads, what repairs could potentially come forth as a construction of heavy equipment, heavy trucks, et cetera, going in and out?
Sure, I'd like to defer that to Bruce Mercer with DCDOT.
Okay, thank you.
Currently, this section of Mason Creek Road could use a little love, to be honest. It's an older residential design roadway system. It's not designed to have heavy traffic imposed on it. Therefore, when we saw the latest submittal, if you'll remember before, we had requested that there would be no access to Mason Creek because of its condition. Now that the sewer has been rerouted through Mason Creek, it's going to have to be rebuilt anyway. So with this modification to the sewer plan, Mason Creek Road itself will have to be improved to handle this type of weight.
Okay, and I guess you can identify what's probably the next question is, how is that going to be supported then, if Mason Creek will need to be improved?
Mason Creek Road is not going to be used for construction traffic. So there's a misnomer in that. I mean, all the traffic that is going to be for this project is going to be off of Veterans Memorial Highway. So the only thing that's going to be coming off is for emergency egress for a fire truck, some emergency type of vehicle that needs to get into the site, that needs to bypass the security gate. That can happen. The other is, once a quarter or something, a pickup truck will drive down through the road for Georgia Power to examine the substation. So the idea that we're going to have traffic, construction traffic, or anything on Mason Creek Road, that's not accurate. I agree, it would not be able to handle it, but the intent is not there. In terms of the sewer, we can discuss how the sewer is going to be run. I mean, I don't think it needs to be done. We're not going to solve it right now, but we can discuss how the sewer will be run along that road.
Okay. All right, so last question that I have, and this is in regards to, is there anything else that potentially could, if something goes awry, that could come back to planning and zoning and to the board here for additional consideration? Can we think of anything right now that potentially is a risk that we should kind of think through right now?
So again, I think if I understood your question, you say if there's something that goes awry, would it come back to the Board of Commissioners? So typically in the past, when we've had large, very visible and complicated cases, we have used the language that we put in the early conditions that specify that any change is going to come back to y'all. So if you think of the preserve, we've had to bring that project back several times. Projects such as the trails at the intersection of Fairburn and Lee, we've had to bring that back for site plan changes. So the condition that we propose that says that any modification that the director does not deem to be something he can approve administratively comes back to y'all is a condition that we have used consistently to make sure that we're ensuring transparency with the applications that come before the Planning and Zoning Board and the Board of Commissioners. So we would recommend that keeping that condition in place would give the staff the flexibility to work with the applicant to ensure that what they're delivering is substantially what has been presented to you, and that you would ultimately retain control over seeing any changes to the site plan to make sure that you are on board with the direction that this may move in.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Yeah, you have something you want to add?
I just want to reiterate again that I think it's very, it would be very straightforward to just make a definition right now, that would determine what's minor versus major. I don't want us to get in a situation where we're fighting over ambiguity, or we want to change a parking spot, or we want to change a tree or something like that on the site, and that triggers us coming back to the Board of Commissioners for something that's trivial. So I just want to make sure that we don't find ourselves in a situation like that, when that situation could be easily avoided right now by defining what equals a major or a modification that's worthwhile coming back to the Board of Commissioners.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Madam Chair, that answers my questions. I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Raxton. If I could just have the engineer from Trammell and Crow come up. The engineer, he's sitting down now. Could you come back up to the podium, please? And provide some clarity for me regarding the elevation of the building. It appeared I just heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you said you would barely see the building if it passed, if this so passed, you couldn't see it. Is it because of the buffers? Is it the height? What is it? And it's my understanding that you will be able to view this building from the Interstate 20. Is this true, or?
It's a combination of both. So the site actually sits lower than the roads that are adjacent to it. In addition to that, there are significant distance between the road and the buildings themselves. And between that distance, it would be planted with additional screening, as you guys saw in the exhibits that were posted in the packet. So it's a combination of both, to answer the question.
And in terms of topography, are you planning, the plans, do they call for recession of the building to be pushed back away from Old Post Road so you can't even see it when you're driving?
It is as far east as we could place it, and it's about 10 or 12 feet lower than Old Post Road. So you see, actually, the access for the emergency is kind of snaked to accommodate that grade change. So the building does sit lower and is as far east as we could place it.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
If I could have Water and Sewer Authority come up, please, for me. Brian Keel. There's a significant amount of excitement about sewer, and I know that's music to all our citizens' ears in that particular area. Can you explain to me if the citizens would benefit by default by Trammell and Crow instituting or putting in a sewer project? Will the citizens just benefit by default, or would they have to pay some additional? Can you speak to the project?
Yes, ma'am, happy to. So as the site plan shows, they are proposing to extend sewer up Mason Creek Road, which would make it available to any of those properties adjacent to the new sewer line. The Water and Sewer Authority does charge a connection fee for any customer that wants to connect to sewer. That fee is $4,675 for residents.
Say the fee once again so the citizens can hear you.
$4,675 sewer connection fee.
Yeah, that's
somebody from Trammell Crow may want to speak to any agreements that they have with the residents, where the Water and Sewer Authority is not a party to any of those agreements.
Okay, that'll be fine.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that something
I would discourage that simply because the county cannot enforce private agreements, and I would not think it's appropriate for consideration.
Okay. That was just a question I had.
May I add, while it may not be appropriate for consideration, the county has had an opportunity to speak to the one fact about the connection fee. I think it's only appropriate that the applicant have the opportunity to respond, whether you can enforce it or not, about how they would choose to help eradicate that.
Right. Okay. Sounds great. If we could speak to, I'm moving on to something else, to buffers and trees and landscaping and things of that sort. Let's talk about upkeep. Myself, and I know my fellow Commissioner Raxton particularly, trash and things that are unsightly drives us absolutely insane. What are you planning to maintain the property? Any big plans out there that you have to make sure that you maintain? You know, you can build something, but if you don't maintain it, it becomes an eyesore. Is there any plans? Are there any plans?
Is your question about just the maintenance in general
Yeah,
of the
just
site?
now, yeah.
Well, I'll allow somebody else to speak more to the specifics of that, but generally speaking, with an investment like this, it would be contrary to the investment that we make to allow this type of project to go into disrepair in any sort of fashion, meaning the unsightliness or any blight or any trash or anything along those lines would run contrary to the whole point of the investment in the first place. So I can't imagine any scenario where that sort of situation would persist. But I'll allow somebody to speak specifically to that if there's anything else to add.
Okay. Please come forward.
So there will not be a high demand of trash. I mean, this will be like a regular office area with normal trash demands from office tenants, so we don't foresee any issues with trash on the property.
Okay. And this, I have two more and then I'm finished. This is regarding alternate plans, and I believe, and I don't know your name, I'm looking with you. If you could come forth, please. Just one question, and you touched on it for me. I just need some clarification. Again, this is a major construction project. And can you just talk about the alternate plans that you have to disrupt normal traffic flow, period? You know, you said you're going to be coming in from the 78, so that means the citizens will not be interrupted at all, none of their daily transportation, nothing will be interrupted. Is that what you're
Well,
implying?
there's going to be, one, you're going to have the traffic for the construction. So you're going to have that. I mean, that'll be, 300-400 cars a day, trips plus, which in the traffic scheme is not that big of a deal. Now, there are going to be, the one thing that we'll make sure of is that, mud being tracked on the road, that gets cleaned up. I mean, there'll be construction entrances and making sure that all the erosion control is taken care of. But for the most part, though, there will be some road improvements that'll have to be done as part of the DRI, as far as a turn lane in, in coordinating the center turn lane with the Dollar General. So there will be some things that will have to be done on the road. I mean, to say that you're not going to, have any kind of growing pains for for construction, it's not going to be huge, but at the same time, I mean, there will be some. It's like when I said you're not going to see the building, you will see a little bit of the building. You're not going to see the majority of the building. So I don't want to speak in absolutes, and I won't speak in absolutes. So.
Okay. And I like the signs that say "Pardon our progress." Some of those things help massage the citizens when they're driving and saying, "Wow, how long?" And finally, I would just like to thank Tremble and Crow for responding to my request regarding the health and safety concerns by consulting with an industrial hygienist and to ensure that all our noise exposures and the environmental impact are below the CFR, which is the Code of Federal Regulations, and they're below the permissible limits and the threshold. So thank you all for giving this body a sense of comfort that this project has minimal effect on a health effect. And that's what's concerning in me initially on the community, the school, and the overall community. So again, thank you all for taking the time to seek an industrial hygienist and which he provided clear-cut information, and it was very clear and with quite a bit of clarity for me. I don't have any further questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Planning and Zoning Board, at this point in time, we have 3 items. We'll take up one at a time. The first item is the map amendment. Do I have a motion from Planning and Zoning Board?
This is Rob Thomas. I make a motion to approve M 2024-7, request for future use map amendment from SL Suburban Living and PRC Park Recreation and Conservation to CC Commercial Center, and all the conditions read in by staff.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Frank Payne, I second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of approving M 2024-07, please signify by raising your hand. All opposed? And one abstention? Okay, it passes. Madam Chairman, M 2024-07 comes to the board with a recommendation for approval.
Okay. Board of Commissioners, we've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve M 2024-07 with the conditions read in by staff.
Okay. Do we have a second? Do we have a second, board?
Madam Chair, I'll second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Any discussion? We have a motion and a second, and when I call your district, please respond accordingly. District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
Chairman? I abstain. Okay, we have a 4 vote and 1 abstention, and the motion carries. I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Planning and Zoning Board will now take up the rezoning, Z 2024-55. Do I have a motion?
I have discussion first. Have a discussion.
Now, we have to have a motion and approval, then we can have discussion.
Well, part of my motion, I need to get clarification. The clarification I need is on the conditions. Is there a condition that strictly require this project to be on sewer?
There is not.
There's not. Okay. So everything's been just conjecture that they're going to do it, but no specifics in the conditions.
They have indicated that they would be amenable to that condition. There is not a condition that requires the project to be on sewer, but if you would like to add that as an 11th condition, we can certainly understand that that's the will of the board, to add that as a condition number 11, that the project shall be required to connect to sewer.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to make a motion to approve Z 2024-55, a rezoning from residential low density to light industrial with the conditions read into staff, and added a 11th condition that they be required to connect to WSA sewer line.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion, planning and zoning? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of approving Z 2024-55 with the additional condition, please signify by raising your hand. All opposed? One abstention. Thank you very much. Madam Chairman, Z 2024-55 comes to you with a recommendation for approval with the additional condition that they be required to connect to the sewer.
Thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve Z 2024-55 with the added condition, and I'd also like to add an additional condition that the applicant works with staff in regards to the facade, the best to the ability to conform to the community.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor, board. We have any discussion? Commissioner Mitchell, you have the floor.
I just got one quick thing. Allison, just one quick thing. So the way this is going, does this rezoning will this stay with the property or with the project in the event that something goes south and we end up we come back, they can't do the sewer? We have an issue and that becomes an issue. And this property, would it go back to the original zoning or stay with this project only? I'm just want to make sure that it doesn't get lost.
Sure, so the zoning would run with the land.
Okay.
It is our understanding that again, if the board chooses to move in this
project
direction, so it runs with the land.
Okay.
So if Trammell Crow goes away, if a line data center goes away, the conditions of approval are still going to run with this project. You may, with this property, I guess I should clarify, and you may recall that our very first condition is that this shall be used for a data center and a data center only.
Okay.
So if somebody wanted to come in and do something different, once the property is zoned to light industrial, if it is the will of the board to approve it with the conditions, any other use other than the data center is going to have to come back to this board to change the conditions.
I just want to make sure that it comes back to us in the event that this doesn't go right for some odd reason. But okay, you've answered my question.
Sure, and that is
Thank
if you approve with the conditions, plus I'm understanding that I'm hearing 2 additional conditions. One is in regard to working on the architectural
Yes.
facade to make it compatible with the surrounding land use. And then the other is the condition in regard to the must connect to sewer.
Right. So, but long as it's staying with the actual project.
Stays with the property.
Yeah,
right.
and the
so
property,
this will
yes,
apply
yes.
to the properties that
Right.
are subject to the rezoning and the special use permit.
Right.
And again, to just clarify, we're asking for the same conditions for the rezoning and the special use permit.
That
so
is
that
correct.
it captures both the rezoning, the RLD to light industrial, as well as the special use permit for the existing light industrial.
So do we need to go back and recant that vote, or are we okay moving forward?
I think you're good moving forward
Okay.
with the rezoning, and then we will ask for the Planning and Zoning Board to have a motion on the special use permit. And again, it would be our recommendation, if the board is inclined to approve with those conditions, that we reiterate the conditions for the special use permit as we have
Yeah.
indicated in the
Can we
staff
make sure
report.
that we stress that, okay? Okay,
Understood.
thank you. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion, board? We have a motion and a second on the floor, and I call your district. Please respond accordingly. District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
Chairman abstain. Okay. I yield the floor back to you. The motion carries with the 4 yeses and 1 abstention.
Thank you,
Okay.
Madam Chairman. At this point in time, now we need a motion on the S 2024-56. Do I have a motion?
It's Rob Thomas. I'll make a motion to approve S 2024-56, special use permit to allow data center over 50,000 square feet, a utility substation, and exceed the impervious surface limit in the Dog River Secondary Basin. In addition to the conditions read in by staff, we also want to add a condition that this project be required to connect to WSA sewer line.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of approving S 2024-56 with the conditions read in, please signify by raising your hand. All opposed? 1 abstention. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. S 2024-56 with the conditions read in comes to you with a recommendation for approval.
Okay, thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the answers, questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve S 2024-56 with the added recommendation, and then also to include my recommendation for the design facade to match the characteristic of the community to the best of its ability and work with staff. And just want to make sure this project is to work with WSA not to exceed the 25% impervious surface.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Any discussion, board?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Vice Chairman, you have the floor.
I just wanted to make this statement that this decision did not come lightly. This has worn on me for months. I know I've got some extra gray hair. I've added some weight. This is not something I've taken lightly. But I do also know what could possibly come, or what's the desire for that property that's in the back that's already commercial. I just made the decision the best that I thought I could for our community. for those who contacted me asking for me to approve this so that they could have a change in their life, so they can modify their homes. Some of those stories that I've gotten about brought me to a tear. That they got mold in their house and they cannot approve their home because the insurance company wouldn't approve the roof that caused the leak, that now they got the black mold and they don't have the money to pay for it. And it's hard to sit back and listen to that and know what this could do and bring. I'm not going to talk about it, but I know what it's going to bring to this community. The amount that Trammell Crow is dedicating to that subdivision for improvements, it's going to have a long-term benefit when everybody gets ready to sell and those houses in that community and it looks completely different and it's improved. But I just wanted to say, I'm not going to make everybody happy, but I made this decision the best I could, and this went with a lot of prayer and a lot of thought. And I yield back, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. Any other discussion, board? We have a motion and a second on the floor. When I call your districts, please respond accordingly. District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
Chairman abstain. We have and the motion carries. We have 4 yeses, 1 abstention, and the motion carries.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Next agenda item, please.
Congratulations.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break to allow everybody to leave. Take the conversation outside, please. Get the meeting started. Okay, they're right there. Let's go have them. Let's go have them. I'm over there and see what happens. Okay. Yeah, it's gonna take 6 or 7 years before this comes to fruition. These people are going to have to put up with that noise and that crap for 6 or 7 years. All right.
I did 15 miles a cycle before I came.
We ready?
We waiting on
Okay, if we can come back to order. We're short one commissioner.
Two.
Well, one, he's back, Mr. Mitchell's back there.
But we do have a quorum.
We have a quorum?
We have a quorum.
Okay. Ms. Duncan, would you present our next agenda item, please?
All right, thank you. The next item on the agenda is Z 2025-03 and S 2025-04. This is a request from Black Horse LLC. They're requesting rezoning in terms of the heavy commercial with conditions. They want to remove the existing conditions on the property. They're also asking for a special use permit to allow for a self-storage facility. This is property located on Campground Road in District 4. The applicant is proposing a zoning change. Again, they want to take all previous zoning conditions off of the property. The purpose of the request is to build many warehouse structures on the property. At least one of the buildings will be 2 stories. And I think it's important to identify that this property has been in front of you previously in 2008 and 2020. At both times, the board granted permission for this site to exceed the 25% impervious surface in the Dog River Basin. So we wanted to put that out there to just make it very clear that if the Board of Commissioners is inclined to approve this request, it will be the understanding of staff that you are also carrying forward that additional approval to exceed the 25% impervious surface in the Dog River Basin. So what we have here in front of you is the site plan. As I had mentioned, this had been before you previously. It's taken a minute for the applicant to come up with a site plan that they are proposing will meet the constraints of the property. So they're including 3 separate buildings for their mini warehouses as well as a stormwater detention pond. They have also included exhibits that show landscaping and screening detailing on the property. As I had said, one of these buildings is proposed, at least one of these buildings is proposed to be 2 stories in height. So these are the 2 previous cases. Again, this was in front of you in 2008 and in 2020. We have analyzed the zoning criteria. Essentially, staff is neutral on this application at this time. It is our opinion that as this has been previously before you, it has been granted permission and it has failed to build in both instances. I think we have some concerns that the site is not suitable to accommodate the proposed use. Therefore, if you were inclined to look at some conditions on the property, I'm going to just kind of move forward to our recommendation. We are proposing that there are several conditions that be given consideration to. So first, in regard to the previous zoning approvals regarding the exceeding the impervious surface limit in the Dog River Secondary Watershed Basin, the project shall be limited to 50% impervious surface for the entire site. We're also proposing that within 6 months of this meeting, the applicant shall obtain a land disturbance permit for the project. Failure to obtain a land disturbance permit by August 4th, 2025 will result in the application being returned to the Board of Commissioners for a show cause hearing as to why the land disturbance permit has not been approved, and the Board of Commissioners may choose to rescind approvals at this time. The site plan and elevations submitted with this application are conceptual only. Notwithstanding any approval for rezoning and special use permits, the site plan and elevations will need to be revised to be compliant with all requirements of the Unified Development Code prior to the issuance of any approvals or permits. And number 4, there should be no outside storage of boats, motorhomes, equipment, or cars on the site. And number 5, the applicant shall coordinate with the Douglas County Sheriff's Office on the installation of video camera surveillance system and shall cooperate with the Douglas County Sheriff's Office on the investigation of criminal activity on the property, should reports be filed with the Sheriff's Office. So again, if the Board of Commissioners and the Planning and Zoning Board are inclined to approve this request, we are recommending that we keep these 5 conditions on the rezoning and the special use permit. If the Board of Commissioners is not inclined to approve, it is our recommendation that you approve just the rezoning to the heavy commercial, not the special use permit, so that this property can then go forward and seek alternate uses other than the mini warehouses that may be appropriate. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Duncan. At this point in time, I'll open the public hearing on this matter. Anyone wishing to speak in favor of this application, we have 15 minutes allocated, 2 minutes per person. If you would state your name and address for the record, and then 2 minutes.
Yes, sir. Joe Fowler, Post Office Box 489 with a little cold, so apologize for that. Allow me to introduce the property owner, Mr. Rupani. He's owned it since 2018, and next to him is Will Rosales, works with the engineering firm that has this now fully designed. More about that in just a moment. As explained, the property is owned heavy commercial, has been for a long time, and as noted also, it was the subject of the 2 prior rezonings. I did the one in 2020 when I met Mr. Rapani at that point. The recent approval lapsed after the 2 years. As you understand, of course, there's the requirement that you vest that within a couple of years. It lapsed for probably 3 reasons, primarily issues related to COVID, the impact on pricing and material availability. Secondly, working through a design change because the site could not discharge any water into the roadway. That required a lot of work. And then finally, perhaps most importantly, the long illness and death of a daughter-in-law of the engineer, Mr. Boomer, who worked on this project. We are here to request the continuation of the project that initially was planned in 2020. He bought it in 2018. At that point, he began to ramp up to get this approved. We ask you to grant the special use permit for the 3 units, 2 single-story on the front, 2-story in the back, the special use permit to exceed the 25% impervious limit. And then finally, we consent to and ask you to approve the 5 conditions. 85 to 90% of the units are climate controlled. Each building has indoor corridors only. There are no outside doors, and there is no outside storage. There are approximately 300 units. The site is fully fenced with a security gated entry. The site will utilize the security system that's been recommended by the Sheriff's Department. Just over 50% of this site will be individually landscaped by the property owner. The one site detention is on the rear of the property, and I will note that one of the conditions that it be completed within, the LDP be granted within 6 months, and we think it'll be ready by Monday if you approve it. So we've been working hard. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Fowler. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this application? If you'd state your name and address for the record, and then 2 minutes.
All right. Ambassador Isaac Esau, Mr. Chairman, Council Chair Lady. I'm speaking in favor of this project because I'm always for development in the county where we are. We look around us all the time and we see different things coming up. And the things that are coming up, we also think about it in a way whereby how it affects our lives. We have a lot of houses here in Douglas County, but at the same time, our residents need places to store their stuff. For instance, in the senior living industry, when the senior is moving into my facility, we have a criteria how many things they can bring. Sometimes the family is not ready to sell mom of that stuff. So the next thing for them to do is to find a storage facility close by them. So if we are thinking about the development that we are doing in Douglas County, I will urge all of you to pay particular attention to the life of our citizens. What are the things that they need when it comes to aging, in a process whereby they can take all their stuff into a senior living facility. You know, these kind of storage facilities give them the resource for the family to get some time to think through the things that they need to do and have a place to put their mom or dad stuff. So I am urging all of you to vote in favor of it. You've already done some work of it previously. And by the way, Joe Fowler is a good example for all the young people in the county. I go to Bible studies with him every Wednesday. And if it's for something, I am 100% sure all of you with his character, you know he stands for what is right for the county. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Seeing no one moving, I will close the public hearing in favor and open the public hearing in opposition. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition to this application, please approach the podium. We have 15 minutes allocated. Okay, seeing no one moving, I will close the public hearing on this matter. Planning and Zoning Board, you have any questions? Yes, ma'am.
Before we get into that, I just wanted to do a procedural housekeeping. So if there's anyone that's going to need to abstain from voting because there's a conflict, you do have to disclose the conflict and then refrain from participating in the proceeding.
Okay.
I just wanted to do that before we said it.
Okay. Okay, Planning and Zoning, do you have any questions of the applicant? Applicant's represent, no, we have closed the public hearing. Public hearing's been closed.
I just wanted to be clear, it's not a public
No,
conflict.
sir, public hearing's closed. Do we have any questions, Planning and Zoning Board, of the staff or applicant or applicant's representative?
Rob Thomas, I got a question for the applicant's representative.
Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Fowler, you gave a reason that they did not vest for several years.
Yes, sir.
COVID.
Pricing material related to COVID.
Material issues and sickness.
Sickness, yes, sir. But then there was the issue about the stormwater design. The engineer
Yeah,
might be able to
that's what I
speak
want to
that.
address.
Yes, sir.
What's been changed for that?
The pond is now going to be in the rear. Nothing will be discharged into the roadway.
It just seems like a small acreage for what you're trying to do. It just seems tight.
It's 3+ acres
Yes.
for the entire site.
Yeah. What type of improvements you guys going to make on campground?
The Campground Road, half of it will be paved. Do I have that correct?
So from Veterans Memorial to the
Yes,
end
sir.
of their
Yes, sir.
frontage, that's all going to be paved?
That's what's on the site plan, yes, sir.
Okay. And then from there, just left alone from that point?
Beyond the point of entry, there'd be no further improvements on campground.
All right. And it's going to be on septic?
Yes, sir.
It's going to be on septic over there? Okay. All right. So it just seemed like a long time for it to go this long without being vested. But you're saying you guys prepared to vest this right away if it is approved?
Yes, sir. I spoke with Mr. Boomer, who couldn't be here tonight because of some other illness in his family. But he said he is prepared and thinks he can file next week.
Mm-hmm.
I will note that Mr. Rapani bought the property in 2018. We ramped up, did the zoning in 2020, February of 2020, just over 5 years ago. Got back into the process, realized that we had not vested, so we filed again in the fall, in the winter, to be here tonight.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, he spent lots of money on engineering to get this completed, and he's now ready to go forward.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
yield.
Thank you.
This originally in 2000, Mr. Fowler, was a 5-acre, and now they've broken it into 2 lots.
Yes, sir.
The reason?
Mr. Rapani can address the reason for that. The county required us to divide it into 2 sections, I remember, and Ms. Duncan may be able to add an explanation for that. I remember Mr. Schaefer had requested that it be subdivided, and I think it was not to have any access onto Veterans Memorial, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah, I think you're right. The access was going to be on campground.
Yes, sir.
Even when it was 5 acres.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Planning and Zoning Board? Hearing none, Madam Chairman, I'll throw it over Board of Commissioners for any questions you folks may have.
Okay. We have any questions, Board of Commissioners?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. You have the floor, Vice Chair.
Joe, what's the reason for knowing that we have the 25% impervious surface? Why was it not designed to stay within that parameter?
The engineer will need to address that, if I
Okay.
may.
Kyle Rosales, LJ Engineering, 130 East Main Street, Canton, Georgia. To speak on that, I believe it was just difficult to put as much as we wanted with 25% impervious area. You got the buildings and then you got the driveways to the buildings, so that's all I can to speak to that. So,
How much are you requesting to exceed that by?
23%. So
So
from
you're-
25 to 48. Right now, our proposed site plan has 48%, give or take.
Okay. All right, I yield back, Madam Chair.
Okay. Any other questions, board? Okay. I yield the floor back to you, Chairman Simmons.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Planning and Zoning Board, you've heard the discussion. Do I have a motion on the rezoning Z 2025-03?
Mr. Brandon Penniman, I make a motion to approve the rezoning of application Z 2025-03.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Rob Thomas, I second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Planning and zoning. Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor of approving Z 2025-03, please signify by raising your hand.
Yes, with the conditions as read in by staff.
Do what?
Yes, with the I'll restate my motion. I am making a motion to approve Z 2025-03 with the conditions as read in by staff.
Oh, okay.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor of approving Z 2025-03 with the conditions that were read in by staff, please signify by raising your hand. Thank you very much. That's unanimous. Madam Chair, Z 2025-03 comes to the board with a recommendation for approval with the conditions that were read into the record.
Thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to deny Z 2025-03.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Do we have any discussion, board? We have a motion and a second. When I call you districts, please respond accordingly. District 1.
For clarity, that was a
Deny.
Deny.
District 1.
No.
So you saying no to not? Okay. Okay. District 2.
Yes.
Okay. District 3.
Yes to deny.
District 4.
Yes.
And Chairman, yes. So we have a 4-1 vote and the motion carries to deny.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman.
We could also act on the special use permit in addition to make sure that we understand
Yes.
what's the will of the board on that as well. Thank you.
Planning and Zoning Board, do I have a motion on S 2025-04, special use permit?
Well, Rob Thomas, I make a motion to deny S 2025-04, special use permit to allow self-storage facility located at Campground Road.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of denying S 2024-04, please signify by raising your hand. All opposed? Thank you very much. Madam Chairman, S 2025-04 comes to the board with a recommendation to deny.
Okay. Thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to deny Z 2025-04.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion, board? We have a motion and a second. When I call your districts, please respond accordingly. District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
Chairman, yes. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote to deny, and the motion carries. I
Thank
yield the
you very
floor back
much.
to you, Chairman Simmons.
Our next agenda item, please, Ms. Duncan.
Mr. Chairman, just want to mention, I do believe that the majority of the folks that are still here are for the last item on the agenda. So if it pleases the board, if you would like to have a motion to move that item up to respect the time of our citizens who have already been here for a lengthy meeting, I wanted to just put that option before you on the table if you are inclined to do so. If not, we can continue with the agenda as presented.
Planning and Zoning Board, you've heard the request. What is your feeling?
Which one?
To move S 2025-14 to the next item. All in favor?
I think we would need a motion.
It's not a vote, it's just a,
I believe legal would like a motion to change the agenda. Am I understanding that correctly?
I think it's just a motion to take something out of order. So it's just a formal precaution, but I mean, certainly if it's you guys' will to continue it, you don't have to be that formal.
so we need a motion.
We did,
Okay. Planning and Zoning Board, can I have a motion?
Chris Small, I make a motion to move S 2025-14 as the next item.
It's the personal care home. Yes.
Or Curry, second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion on this? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, please signify by raising your hand. Okay.
All right,
Madam
thank you
Chair.
so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, are we on board with just moving S 2025-14 up to the next level, which is, would be the next agenda item? Are you okay with that?
So moved.
Okay. I'm getting ready to call the motion now.
Oh, okay.
Do we have a
Okay.
motion
Yeah.
to move S 2025-14 to the next in line for consideration?
I'd like to make a motion that we move S 2025-14 to item number 3 on the agenda at this time.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second in the discussion board. We have a motion and a second. All in favor for moving it, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have all opposed? Okay. We have a 4-1 vote and the motion carries to move the item up to tab number 3.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Okay, let's move with the next agenda item, 2025-14.
All right, so we have a request for a special use permit. This is to allow a personal care home at 5703 Woodland Drive, lot size 0.46 acres. This is located in Commission District Number 4. The subject property fronts on Woodland Drive. It is also a corner lot in that property, and there currently is a single-family home on this lot. The applicant is proposing the use of the single-family home for a personal care home for up to 6 persons. So we took a look at the relevant code sections. We have that information here before you. There is no prior zoning action on this property. We did have a community information meeting in regard to this item. Nearby residents were able to come and ask questions and express concerns. Specifically, there were concerns about increased traffic flow from visitors and medical emergency professionals, permanent residency on the property, and then making sure that there was the appropriate licensure for the operation. Personal care homes are licensed through the state of Georgia, and that would be a requirement if this were to be approved. We did have approximately 20 citizens who came to that community information meeting. Occupational tax has identified that we currently have 13 licensed personal care homes in unincorporated Douglas County, and the tax assessor has also identified this as a 3-bedroom dwelling unit. That may be a bit of a concern if there is a potential 4th bedroom that comes into the discussion. We have made it clear to the applicants that they're going to have to go through the permitting process if they want to treat this as a 4-bedroom home to get all of the correct building permits on the property. We have done the analysis of the special use criteria, and we do recognize that we think that the use could be substantially compatible with the criteria of the code with certain conditions. So you can see here the zoning map on the property. You can also see the site aerial here on the property. And you can see this is located in the urban residential portion of the county in the traditional neighborhood character area. And so staff is recommending approval with the following conditions. So number 1, at the discretion of the county engineer, the applicant shall present to the Development Review Committee to address any concerns posed by various administrative departments. All improvements required by various departments shall be made prior to the issuance of occupational tax certificate. Number 2, prior to the issuance of the occupational tax certificate, the applicant must provide proof of the permit issued by the state of Georgia to operate a personal care home. Number 3, a maximum of 2 vehicles may be parked outside of the home at any given time. On-street parking is prohibited, and this condition does apply to family residents and visitors to the home. And number 4, there should be no more than 2 non-related persons allowed to occupy a single bedroom. The property includes a 3-bedroom single-family home as identified by the tax assessor unless proper permitting for building and septic are obtained for the addition of a bedroom. At no point shall there be more than 6 persons under care residing in the home. And that concludes our recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Duncan. At this point in time, I'll open the public hearing. Anyone, including the applicant, that would like to speak in favor of this application, please approach the podium. You have 2 minutes per person for a total allocated time of 15 minutes. State your name and address for the record, and then 2 minutes.
My name is Charity Akpagana, and I am the applicant for personal care home at 5703 Woodland Drive, Douglasville, Georgia, 137. I have been in the healthcare field for more than 15 years now. I have worked in the nursing home for 7 years. I've worked in the hospital for 3 years, and currently I'm working at Emmy Dermatology as a certified medical assistant and patient care coordinator. Now, while pursuing my working, I also pursue my career in healthcare management. I pursue my associate degree in healthcare management at West Georgia Technical College, which I graduated last year, 2024 May. While I was working after completing school, I was offered a position to work in the Emmy Dermatology, where I'm working right now as a certified medical assistant. I was given a position in the management team, but I humbly declined the position in order to pursue my dream. What is my dream here? I want to establish a personal care home to take care of the elderly. Now, as we all know, the elderly are the reason why we are all existing here. They need a special care. When you go to the nursing home, as I said, I work in the nursing home. And working in the nursing home, you need to have love. You need to have patience. You need to have empathy for our elderly. It's not just putting them there and that is the end of it. You need to check on them. Now, when we come to personal care home, let me talk about personal care home. What is personal care home? Personal care home is where the elderly dwell under the supervision of what? A certified licensed caregiver. So what a caregiver does, me, myself, I am a caregiver. I have been a caregiver for years now. And I have that love to take care of patients and then.
I'm sure 2 minutes.
Thank you.
If you'd state your name and address for the record, and then 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Gilbert. My address is 2698 Abbey Brook, Douglasville, Georgia. This is my wife. Actually, this vision came some time ago. There are a lot of businesses that we can go in, but because of passion, and I also work with the, the Task Force for Global Health, we deal with the health system. She proposed this business that is her dream that he wanted to pursue. And looking at the aged, I also happen to look at my grandfather, that every grown-up or the elderly, they need special care. And to the extent that she has that zeal in order to help the elderly in the system or in the community, looking at the growing nature of the Douglas County, I know that Douglas County put measures in place for the personal home care, which the rules and regulations governing it. So we can go into any other business, but because of the passion that my wife has, I decided to support her wholeheartedly by investing into this. So I proposed, or I urged, that this particular special permit should be given, because she even went for further studies to acquire the requisite qualification in order to do the work in a very conducive manner so that everything will move on smoothly. So I propose that with my help, I am going to support her fully in order to run the home and take care of the aged or the elderly people in the community. And I pray that this particular permit is even going to help the people around us in the community in which that we're going to operate this, so that anytime that they need help, we are there to support, we are there to give a service to them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? State your name and address for the record, and in 2 minutes.
Ambassador Isaac Esau, and I know you guys are probably tired of seeing me, but I have a story to tell you all. 2015, we have the privilege of going before the zoning board in Douglas County. And at that time, they worked with us. to establish our first personal care home at 2460 Grayton Commons. And some of you, I have some brochures here. If you want to know more about what personal care home does, I can just give you this to read through. Over the years, we've seen the baby boomers heading towards the aging population. Now, to talk a little bit about supporting the vision for opening more personal care homes, I want you to look at the story of Serenity Empire. Serenity Empire started from the basement in 2460 Grayton Commons. At that time, we were licensed for 3 beds. After further deliberation, the fire marshal gave us the license to go to 6. And then we went to the state and get 6 beds. Today, as we speak, a business that started from the basement is one of the leading senior living providers in the state of Georgia. As a matter of fact, we are the first black-owned with multiple locations in the state of Georgia. From 3 beds, now we serve 222 beds in the state. The state needs more senior care facilities. The number of beds that we have is limited. And then we are building bigger facility. What happens when the big brands come in? The cost goes way high. The average price for a big facility right now, it's almost around $7,000. Now, for a personal care home like this, you're ranging between $2,500. So we're passing the cost to our resident. Now, a little bit about Serenity Empire. Serenity Empire now provide employment for over 100 employees. Something that started from our basement right here in Douglas County, and they help us.
That's your 2 minutes.
Can somebody volunteer me their time?
Okay. I'm sorry, that's your 2 minutes.
Your 2 minutes up.
Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Thank you, sir. If you'd state your name and address in 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Cynthia Dua. My address is 3535 Brook Hollow Drive, Douglasville, Georgia, 30135. So I'm voting in favor of this personal care home because I own a personal care home as well. I understand the concern of the community, the area that I know that they are concerned, most of their concern will be like, it's going to bring traffic. But think about the seniors. When they move into your homes, they don't drive any longer. So, for instance, my personal care home, I have 3 car park, 3 parkway. I was thinking I was going to be very busy, but honestly, comparing to the next houses, my neighbors that are around me, I see more cars parked in their homes more than I have because they move into their home and their family members only comes in there to visit them maybe once a week or twice a week. So there's no traffic. You know, you're only taking care of them. And then also the reason why I'm voting in favor of this personal care home is that I have worked, I'm a nurse, I have worked in an assisted living and I have worked in nursing homes. The capacity of the seniors that lives there and the number of caregivers that takes care of them, I don't know if anybody has had an experience of going to a nursing home and see how one caregiver is assigned to maybe 10 or 12 residents. That's not impossible. But in a personal care home, it's like one-on-one. The maximum that you can have is 6. So the quality of care that they take care of the residents and the care that they provide for them is exceptional. It's different from a nursing home or a bigger facility. That's why I vote in favor of personal care homes. And we need more of personal care homes because the seniors get better care and a quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Ben Nuchche. I live in 4218 Lost Springs Trail, Douglasville, Georgia. I'm speaking in support of this proposal. Mr. Chair, we all know quality of life as we age is very important. That is why the state has this program. This is a state program. And so what these couple are trying to do is to help the community. They are doing this to help the elderly, the aged, and to give them quality of life. My wife and I run personal care home too, and I know how we have helped people. I have had the chance, I'm an engineer, I work as an engineer, but I have worked in the nursing home before. and I know how the care is in the nursing home. It's not personal. This is what anybody would want to give the mother or the father, to have them in a personal care home where a better care can be given at a lesser cost. Because nursing home is very expensive. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? State your name and address in 2 minutes.
My name is Ben Yeboah. My address is 2738 Fairbairn Road. I am the agent, I'm the selling agent for this property, 5703 Woodland. When my client contacted me looking for a location, I've lived in Douglasville, or I've been around Douglasville for almost 30 years. So I look around and I look around and look around, and because of the personal care facility that they're looking for, I was looking for a location whereby it's an old location whereby the elderly will need their service. So I located this property and I recommended it to them to, if they are interested. And they showed interest, and then we went ahead, did the contract, and were able to close the deal. And because I've been around that area for a very long time, I know that as far as traffic, they called me and said, Ben, he's having an issue with the zoning and not getting the permit. I said, oh, really? I've been in this area for a very long time, and I know that this area, traffic will not be a problem. And because I know their character and I know how they are law-abiding citizens, I know that any condition that is given to them, I know they will abide by it. So what I would say is that by their fruits, you will know them. So if they are approved, you will see that they are doing what is expected of them to do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? How much time do we have left? 3 minutes and 44 seconds. Okay, state your name and address.
My name is Gifty Nebo, address 4370 Highway 92, Douglasville, Georgia, 30135. I'm here in favor of the applicant for this personal care home because I myself am a personal care home provider. As you can see, we are from Africa. That's all we do. When the community meeting the last time, I think the community is so worried about cars coming in, people coming in, so many things. And I told them that it has nothing to do with anybody. Personal care home is like a home that you are in. If nobody knock on the door, you even know. It's not like a facility that ambulance is coming in and out. I live in a neighborhood that ambulance coming there more than necessary than my home. So it's just like an individual, taking care of parents in a home. So it's not like it's gonna be like cars coming in, traffic, ambulance coming in and go. We are not gonna take, it's a non-medical. That's what we have to know. It's a non-medical, so they have their own doctor's appointment that they go. If something happens, like we're all in our homes, when you get sick, you call 911. So it's one of those things. So it's not like we cannot call 911. That's what we have to do to save lives. So I think the area is good, and the community is also good. And personal care home is for everybody. You can do respite care. If somebody is going out for somewhere and you can't take care of it, oh, can you drop mom here, or can I put somebody here? I'll be right back. It's just a community work, but it doesn't cause for chaos or traffic or making people so panic in the area. So I am in support for this service in this area. So thank you all.
Thank you very much for your comments. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Okay, seeing no one moving, I will close the public hearing in favor and open the public hearing in opposition. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? We have 15 minutes allocated, 2 minutes per person. If you'd state your name and address for the record, and then you have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, all you commissioners. I work for the county. I think you know some of me. I'm Jerry Waits. I live at 5574 Richland Drive, and I've lived there for 41 years, okay? This house, if you look, when you come in, there's a corner, there's a cul-de-sac. This house is on the next corner. It's blind. People come out of the neighborhood on the wrong side of the road. We're spot zoned in. If you turn left off of Highway 5 and go between Chick-fil-A and Circle K, at that stop sign, it's a left in our neighborhood. It's a one-way in, one-way out. We're not even talking about their traffic. There are times we cannot make a left in our neighborhood, okay? It's single family. They bought the house in November, has a 3-bedroom. They stated in the informational meeting it's a 4-bedroom now. There's going to be 2 people per bedroom. My mother-in-law just died. I just buried her last week. I looked at personal care homes. Nobody has to tell me what a personal care home is. It's a business. My grandmother, I don't get paid $2,500, $3,000 a week, a month for my grandmother to live with me. If it was somebody in the neighborhood that had family, they bought this. They live in Douglasville. Let them turn their house into a personal care home. She stated, first she said she would be living there, but then she said her family and her children would be living somewhere else. But I digress. There's a couple of findings. Findings number 2, no negative impact to the surrounding people. Okay, there's traffic. Well, you can't park on the street. We can't get code enforcement. We're one of the few nice neighborhoods that's not commercial. We're spot zoned in. We can't get code enforcement in to keep the people up the street from running a generator living in a trailer in the driveway. I don't know how they're going to keep 2 cars in the driveway. Personal care home, you can't call 911. If you're in a personal care home and you don't call 911 and the person dies, don't you think they're going to get sued? I'm just saying.
Okay.
You know, there's a lot that's not been covered.
Okay, thank you very much. Next person, state your name and address in 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Denisha. My address is 5673 Woodland Drive. I am a former EMT CNA. I have experience there. I've walked this house when the previous owners were in the process of selling it. These 3 bedrooms are entirely small. To try to squeeze 2 people into these bedrooms is absolutely insane. When you go into a nursing home, those rooms are a certain size that can accommodate not only the 2 people, but their belongings. This house cannot do that. This is a residential home, literally, in and out. Another thing, when you look at the ordinance on the Douglasville website, it says that you all are supposed to make sure residential areas are protected from business owners coming in and basically trying to turn the community into a commercialized area. If this home is rezoned, that puts our community at risk. Higher taxes, possibly more businesses want to come in and invest and turn things into more commercialized businesses that can raise our taxes, that can contribute to things that will affect the people that are actually living in the community. My other concern is it's not just traffic. The previous lady just stated that, you know, it's a blind spot. My concern is if you're a personal care home and you have 6 people living in a home, you mean to tell me that no one is coming to this personal care home? Where are they going to park? You can't designate parking spots. The road is not considered a part of the house. It's a lot of things that just will not benefit the personal care home, in my opinion. I don't think it's a smart move. I don't know why they would buy a residential home in a residential area to try to turn it into a business. I just don't get that part. But again, my main concern is the residents. Them bedrooms are small. And I want to know what the city is going to do to assure not only that the homeowners are protected from our taxes increasing and so forth, but these residents are protected. How are we going to make sure that these people are being taken care of in the most efficient and effective way?
Okay. Thank you. If you'd state your name and address for the record and in your 2 minutes.
My name is Stephanie Wyatt, and my address is 5706 Woodland Drive. My driveway is right directly across from their driveway. As the man, I had to make notes because I could talk about this the rest of the night, so y'all be glad.
2 minutes.
Okay. I live at the house that's right directly across at the driveway end, and my two primary concerns are the traffic additional in our neighborhood, which there's always a lot of anyway, and also my children's safety when they play out, my grandchildren's safety as they play out in the yard, in the front yard. Because I have had my elderly mother, till she died, living in my home with dementia. She wandered. She got out and wandered, and it's not to say that none of them will, but there's a possibility. And I know that these people, one person cannot watch 6 people every minute of every day, day and night. They just can't, because I could not watch mine, and she got out and wandered and got gone. So my concern is them wandering into my yard and messing with my grandkids. That's my first concern. The second concern is this traffic. There's already a lot of traffic in the street. The guy across the street died, and that's why they bought the house to start with. As he got older, his 3 adult children and all his grandkids that were adults and teenagers that could drive in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out all the time. Fire trucks, ambulances, my driveway got blocked. I've been blocked in for hours because the fire trucks were across our driveway, coming to see him when he fell or whatever. And the school buses go down our street. One school bus comes in and backs down our street right in front of their house. Their driveway and our driveway had whoever checks this checked or have a blind spot. When I black out in my driveway in the morning to take my grandkids to school, I have to wait because cars come flying up from that stop sign and they're on you before you can even blink. And I have almost gotten hit nearly every day of the week for the last 6 or 8 months since school's been in session, because when I pull out in the morning, they're on me, and they don't even know that probably. There's also a concern with some of the issues that are in this report that y'all all have. I printed the whole thing, 800 pages, and it was bad.
Okay, that's your 2 minutes.
I'll send this.
If you'd state your name and address, then you've got 2 minutes, sir.
All right. Hello. How is everybody? My name is Sean Bergstrom. I live at 5696 Woodland Drive. I'm sure some of y'all know me from around the courthouse here. First of all, I want to start off with the, I live next door to Ms. Wyatt here, and we do have concerns about traffic in the neighborhood, but also I wanted to point out here with the sheriff department here. One of the statements from the sheriff's department was that this, who's regulating the overnight care to include medicine? What about dementia patients that walk off? I have young children that live at our house. I mean, basically, we want to keep our neighborhood as a single-family neighborhood. We went around. We have every single resident around the subject property signed a petition here to deny this. We do not want this in our neighborhood. Okay? And I provided some of that to the packet earlier, but I think a few of them didn't get put in. But like I said, I do have a map with every house surrounding this subject property requesting a denial.
Okay.
So I think that's it, and I'll yield my time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. How much time we have left? 7 minutes. Okay, we're doing good. If you'd state your name and address in 2 minutes.
Yes. Good evening. My name is Mary Ann Fulcher. My address is 5535 Woodland Drive, and I do live in the neighborhood. My husband and I bought our house in 1971, in June of 1971, so I've lived there for 53 years. Mm-hmm. And we raised our children there, and we enjoy living there. My son had some bad luck, so he's living in the house with me, and so anyway, but I was going to say that at the entrance coming into my house, that is where the home that they're talking about is where they want to have their home. And it does, you know, you have to go past it, so it would be definitely an inconvenience with any cars coming through there. And I am 83 years old, so I don't know how much longer I have, but I have willed my house to my son. So I want the neighborhood to stay, you know, is a good neighborhood. So I'm not opposed to them having a nursing home, but they just need to find another place for it, just another place, because I'm sure they would be good somewhere, but just not in our neighborhood, okay? And I think that's about it. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next, 2 minutes, name and address.
Karen Rossi, 5634 Richland Drive, which is, the subdivision is kind of an H. So this is Woodland and this is Richland. And there is only one way in and one way out, which everybody has said already. Monday mornings are crazy with the school buses and the trash trucks because they have to back down in order to get in there and get around. The street is getting torn up from them even trying to turn around, and they can come and look at it. We've called code enforcement because we have a trailer that's sitting. I live in the home next to where that trailer is, and we've called code enforcement 3 times. They've never mowed the backyard. We have one of the houses on Woodland caught fire last March. That stuff is still all over the place and blowing all over the place. Code enforcement hasn't done anything that I'm aware of till last week, and they put an orange sign up there. We have issues in the neighborhood, but most of the people, we're second and third generation living there. And so it's not just that it's a residential neighborhood, it's a community. We look out for each other. We take care of each other. And I don't think anybody would argue that that's not a very great thing that they would like to do. We've all had to take care of parents and do different things and find homes. But there's a personal care home right down Highway 5 within 3 miles that has spaces available because nobody's in them. So I have to reiterate what everybody else has said. It's not that we don't think that they would do a good job. It's that in that residential setting, it is not a good fit because of the accidents that happen right there at that 3-way stop. We have the elementary school right up the street. It's a 2-lane highway trying to get the buses in and out of there, let alone with ambulance. When that house caught fire, we couldn't go anywhere for 3 hours, and that was 2 o'clock in the morning. But people work 3rd shifts, so they're stuck. So I'm just going to reiterate what everybody else said, and, we really don't want it in there, and we do our best to.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Oh, you get 2 minutes. That's inappropriate. Thank you. Sorry. Okay, seeing no one moving, I'll close the public hearing on this matter. Planning and Zoning Board, you have heard the discussion. Do you have any questions of the staff or of the applicant?
This is Ort Curry. Can we have the applicant step up, please? Okay. First of all, I want to commend you for what you're doing. Because I can say this because my grandmother stayed in the home with my aunt. But I think the situation that we're looking at here is, are y'all going to stay in the home? There's 2 questions I have. Are you staying in the home? 1. Second, if you are, how many people are staying in the home with you? And then 3rd one would be, if you're not, who will be taking care of the personnel inside of the house, the elderly or?
Okay. So we have 4 rooms over there. So my wife is going to take care of the people every time. And then if she's not going to be there, we'll have alternative by getting somebody. Let's say she have to go out somewhere. We need to get a certified a caregiver to be there. So we always make sure we maintain the rules and regulations governing the personal home care. So based on the area, I know there are principles or the rules governing the granting of the number of people going to stay in the room. This is not the final thing. So this is just a preliminary special use permit that we are looking for. There are other procedures that are going to be carried out. I know the room, the number of people who's supposed to be in the room has a size or the dimension. So the people are not going to be crowded in the room based on the permit that is going to be granted to us. That is what we're going to use. So we're not going to use our own rules to operate, because the personal care home has rules and regulations, so we'll make sure we abide by that.
So I'm just, the question is are you gonna have any other family members in the house besides the personal caregiver that's gonna be there, as you say, 24/7?
Yes.
Okay, so so it's gonna be the wife, it's no kids, it's just the wife and you and whomever else?
So we have our kids. We have kids that also be with us.
So the kids be staying in that house as well?
So what will happen is that my wife is the one going to take care of the people, all right?
The question I'm asking, is it gonna be you and your?
Okay. My
Mr.
wife is going to be there that's going to be her home. This is my wife's residence. Is going to be there to take care of them.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Okay. I'm sorry, probably I didn't get the question correct.
Mr. Craig, just to clarify, a personal care home is required to be owner occupied.
Okay.
So that is a requirement of the code, that the caregiver has to be full-time resident on the property. So it would be the expectation that the family would be living on the property in addition to the persons under care.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the next question is, how many rooms are you prepared to have your seniors live in, of the rooms that you're gonna have available?
That's going to be 3. We have 3 rooms and 1 for the person going to take care of them. So we have 4 rooms.
4 rooms?
Yeah, 4 rooms. So 3 are going to be for the seniors to live in, 1 for the caregiver.
Okay. All right. I yield my time. I yield.
Okay, question. So you've got, right now, you've got a 3-bedroom house. You plan on making it a 4-bedroom house after you go through requests through the county?
Yeah, so actually, on the internet, we have 3 rooms when they publish the thing on the internet that we bought. But when you go in to do the physical check-in, there are 4 rooms. There are 4 rooms in there. Yeah, the agent, the realtor is here. So we have 3 bedrooms on the website. When you go to the website, it's 3 stated, and even the tax, I think the tax information also stated 3. But when you go into the room, there are 4. There are 4 rooms.
And there's sufficient restrooms?
Yes.
And?
Yes, so we have 2 restrooms there.
Okay.
Yes.
Anyway, any other questions, planning and zoning board?
I'm a little confused. Now,
I'm getting confused.
You have 3 rooms, and the capacity is 6 individuals that you can keep in the house?
Okay,
I'm talking to the applicant.
We're talking to the.
So we have 4 rooms.
You have 4 rooms?
Yes, 4
You're
rooms.
going to utilize 1 room, right?
Yeah, so.
You and your family are going to
yes,
utilize?
going to be in 1.
Y'all
We're
going
going
to
to
use
be in
1
1.
room, okay?
We're reaching a point, at this point, Madam Chair and Chair, if I may, I just would like to remind the audience of decorum. We've closed the public hearing at this point. We're in the clarifying question standpoint. The board will identify those persons of which whom they have questions, and those are the individuals that need to speak. We also need to make sure that 1 person is speaking at a time. That way the record is clear as to what the answers are. And that'll make for a more efficient and effective process on this hearing. So I appreciate your adherence to that, just making that point of order from a parliamentary standpoint. I apologize for interrupting, but I wanted you to get your question, and so this was hopefully helpful in doing that.
Thank you so much, Madam Attorney. Point well taken. Okay.
No more questions.
Okay.
Any other questions, planning and zoning board?
Rob Thomas, I have a question for staff, please. Could you put up the house and, the subdivision
oh, sorry.
Okay. 'Cause I'm just trying to understand where the concern is with the traffic. So they would come up, okay, I see the driveway. So they don't even go to the cul-de-sac. It's not even in, that's not even part of their, they're not in the cul-de-sac, are they? Look like it's not.
They're not in a cul-de-sac. The cul-de-sac is,
Excuse me, I can't hear.
Sorry,
please.
sorry, point of order.
the cul-de-sac, what you're calling cul-de-sac, sort of the turnaround there is directly catty corner, so the subject property is outlined in red. And so I would call it a corner lot rather than a cul-de-sac lot. It
Because
is
they
not on
come
the
in
cul-de-sac.
off of that main road. They don't come in off of the road leading towards the cul-de-sac. They come in directly
So
off the main road.
if you're coming in before you go around to the cul-de-sac, that is going to be the main entrance road, coming onto the property.
Okay.
There. So the architectural front is facing on Woodland. There.
And also, just for clarity, someone mentioned rezoning to commercial. This is not a rezoning. This is strictly a special use permit. So they're not asking to change it to a commercial site. Just want to clarify that.
That's correct.
So traffic, so do we have a traffic study for this, or we don't really get all that? Because
This project would not warrant a
wouldn't
traffic
warrant
study.
traffic
No,
study.
sir.
Okay, all right. Okay, well, that's my main concern was, they mentioned traffic, that I'm thinking, these are elderly patients or, persons that probably won't be doing a lot of driving.
A traffic study would only be warranted in the instance of creating 50 new residential units or over 100,000 square feet of new commercial space. So that is the threshold at which our code triggers the requirement for a traffic study, unless our DOT requires a traffic study for some other reason, in which case this one they did not.
Understand, yeah, it doesn't seem like it would be warranted. Okay, well, thank you. I yield.
Any other questions, planning and zoning? Hearing none, Madam Chair, throw it over to the commissioners for any questions you folks may have.
Board of Commissioners, do we have any questions at this time for the applicant?
Yes, Madam Chair.
You have the floor.
This is for the applicant.
Okay. Applicant, would you please come forward? Thank you.
Okay. Just for clarification, it states that this is a 3-bedroom.
Yeah.
But where is the fourth? Where is this fourth bedroom?
The rooms, that's what I stated earlier, that we have, when you see the tax information, even when it was published on the website, it's 3. But when you enter the room, you count 4 rooms.
Okay. Again, my question, where is this fourth bedroom? Is it in the basement?
There's no basement. It's a level ground. There's no stairs. There's no basement.
Okay. All right, and you said your family is going to be living there, correct?
Yes, my
24/7?
wife. Yes, my wife is going to live there with them.
Okay. So I'm just trying to figure this out. The 3 bedrooms that that's going to be occupied by the seniors.
Yes.
I know a lot of those homes in that area, and how long ago they were built. A lot of those rooms are lucky if they're 10 by 10. They're real small. And I'm just concerned you're going to have 2 occupants inside that room, and what if there's a medical emergency? There's not a lot of room inside there to be moving around, because by the time you add 2 beds in there, probably some dressers for them to store their belongings. I'm just really concerned how tight that these rooms are going to be.
Yes, all the rooms has the storage they have the storage dressers in the room, or the facilities in the room that occupies, that they can put their belongings in. And moreover too, I believe there's going to be a sizable dimension that the officers or the fire marshal or whoever is going to do the inspection to grant us based on the space that we have. So we are not going to, we're not going to say right now that it's 6 people. There's going to be a requirement that they look at before they will grant us the permit or the license to take the number of people in the room. So we're not going to decide that one right now, because there are some rules and regulations that they're going to base on that to grant us the number of people going to stay. It can be a small room that can only take one person as a special room for that person. So without that permit, we cannot do whatever we want to do by ourselves, but we'll move according to the rules and regulations granting us to accommodate people in the room.
Because my concern is if there's a life-saving emergency, our EMS being able to get to that patient with a stretcher and get them out of there quickly. And it's going to be occupied with other things in there. And then also, those homes have very tight hallways. The older homes, they didn't think about leaving them wide to where we could move furniture in and out and all that. A lot of those in that neighborhood have extremely tight hallways and small doorways. So those are just my concerns. Because you're speaking of having, as you've made mention, you want to have 6 occupants. So I'm just concerned about that.
As far as the belongings are concerned, when the residents or the patients are coming, they don't bring so much thing. And we have storage closet in every room where we can hang their clothes. So it's not that they bring all their belongings from home. They just bring some few items that they normally use in the personal care home. And everything is hanged up.
Okay. Are you going to be the only one that stays there 24/7?
Yes, I am going to stay there.
Okay. And my concern again is you with 6 other individuals by yourself. Are you going to have any additional employees or?
I have been in this field for so many years now. As I've said, I have worked in the nursing home where I take care of about 20 plus residents. And taking care of 4 or whichever number they have given to me, it's not going to be a problem to me. That will even be easier for me to take care of them, even have enough time one-on-one with them, interact with them.
I understand it, but at some point you have to sleep. And who else is going to be there to watch over them? If, say, you have a patient who has dementia.
Most often, when they sleep, every 2 hours we go around to check on them, see if they are breathing. We don't just leave them to sleep the whole night because we know they are elderly people. They need attention even throughout the night. They need to be, even if it is a total care patient, they need to be changed. But I am not saying I'm going to take a total care patient. It's a personal care home where I can assist them to do things for themselves that they can also feel happy and be part of the society.
No, I completely understand, but I'm saying at some point you're going to have to sleep.
Yes,
every couple of hours, that will take a toll on a body. And so that's just a concern of you being the only one that is watching over them. And
yes, if I feel tired, I feel like I have to make provision for other certified nursing assistants to come in to take over. I know the body gets tired, but as if I feel I am exhausted, I cannot take it, and I need a break, I'll make room for another certified caregiver to come and replace me for some time to relax.
Okay, all right, I yield back, Madam Chair.
Okay, any other questions, board?
I have a few for the applicants. Certainly, I'm in agreement with our Vice Chair, District 4 Commissioner about the space that concerns me. My background is healthcare, and I'm concerned. You say no equipment. You probably will have wheelchairs and walkers and oxygen, and how would you store all those things? Where would you?
With oxygen, it depends on before you receive the patient, evaluation assessment need to be done.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a hospital, it's not a nursing home it's a personal care home. So I am not going to take a patient who is on oxygen or who has a Foley care or a complicated patient into a personal care home. That will give me more problem. I'm not going to take that. I am going to take what I can take care of and take care of very, very well. Yeah.
Y'all can't ask me any questions. I just, because I'm thinking about aging in place. What about mobility? You said, so you're saying that your patients They're just going to be mobile and walking around normal? What can you, I need some clarity.
So, can I come in?
Yes.
Yeah, so actually, we call something evaluation and assessment. So what we're going to do before we take somebody in, we'll look at the facility that we have, the permit that has been granted to us, on conditions that's given us. We'll make sure we assess the people and evaluate them before we can admit them into our facility or in our home. We would not like to take somebody who we have the capability to take care of that person. So we'll make sure when this approval is given to us, the conditions based on the approval, we'll make sure we strictly go by that. We'll make sure we evaluate and assess the people before we take them into our home.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions. I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you, Madam
Thank
Chairman.
you.
Y'all can sit down. Planning and Zoning Board, you've heard the discussion. Do I have a motion on S 2025-14?
This is Rob Thomas. I'd like to make a motion to approve 2025-14, a special use permit to allow for personal care home located at 5703 Woodland Drive.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Oh, let me restate that. I'd like to make a, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'd like to make a statement to approve 2025-14, a request for special use permit to allow for personal care located at 5703 Woodland Drive, with all of the conditions read in by staff.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Motion dies for lack of second. Do I have another motion?
Or Curry, I make a motion to deny a special use permit to allow a personal care home located at 5303 Woodland Drive.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion, Planning and Zoning Board? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of denying S 2025-14, please signify by raising your hand. All opposed? Thank you very much. Madam Chairman, S 2025-14 comes to the board with a recommendation for denial.
Okay. Thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to deny S 2025-14.
Okay. Do we have a second? Second. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Any discussion, Board?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay.
It's
Vice
not
Chair, you have the floor.
It's not that I'm opposed to what you're doing. I love the thought of what you're doing. I just don't think that this location and the other concerns that I have are right for this house. So it's not I'm opposed to what you're doing at all. It's just the other concerns and also this location. I'll yield back, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Vice Chair, any other comment? District 2 Commissioner?
I just want to make sure that we are clear about what they are requesting. A personal care home like this is tightly governed by requirements of the state. So it is possible that they may ask for 6 residents to be there and only get approved for 1. They may say you can only have 2. The fire marshal will be required to make sure that the hallways are wide enough to accommodate whatever needs to be provided in this home. So I think some of the concerns are premature. And with that, I yield back.
Okay. Any other comments or remarks? Okay. We have a motion and a second on the floor. We have a motion and a second. Sir, you cannot
Please.
speak.
Order, please.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. When I call your district, please respond accordingly. District 1.
Can you restate the motion on the floor so I can be clear? It's to deny. Okay. It's clear.
Okay. District 1, so it's clear. If you could just respond.
No.
Okay. District
No.
2? District 3?
No.
Okay. District 4?
Yes.
Okay, and Chairman, yes. And so it's 3-2, and the motion carries with a no, so we will, certainly I'll call for another motion. Do we have another motion?
Madam Chair, I would make a motion to approve agenda item S 2025-14 with the conditions as read in by staff.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Board, do we have any discussion? We have a motion and a second. Please, when I call your districts, respond accordingly. District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
No.
Chairman, no. We have a 3-2 vote, and the motion carries to move forward with, let me do it, S2025-14. Thank you. And the motion carries.
Okay, our next agenda
Congratulations.
item would be S 2025-08.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Be exhausted. If we could just have everyone to exit the room so we can move
Okay,
forward.
if we take our conversations outside, we need to move on. We've got 3 more items to cover, plus some amendments.
Mm-hmm. Okay. We don't have anybody left.
Okay, Mr. Cronin, next item, please.
Okay, good evening, boards. This next item is a special use permit to allow an attached accessory dwelling unit on less than 1 acre. Property is 1975 Woodmont Drive. The lot size is 0.29 acres. This is in District Number 2. The lot is a single-family detached residential structure. The building was built in 2020, and the heated square footage is 3,356. So a special use permit is required if you want an attached or a detached accessory dwelling unit on less than 1 acre if you're connected to sewer. Taking a look at the relevant code sections, in 2005, there was a request for rezoning from residential agricultural to residential low density, which became the subdivision Palmer Falls. The proposed special use will not modify the existing single-family detached character of the neighborhood or the surrounding properties. There are no site modifications proposed. The applicant's proposing to modify the basement of the property. So access to the attached accessory dwelling unit will be maintained from the upper level of the property. Taking a look at the special use criteria, it's residential low density. Here's a picture of it. It's been developed since then. This area was a little outdated. Here's a picture of the survey. It's in the suburban living feature land use and the traditional neighborhood character area. And staff's recommending approval of the special use permit based upon the fact that the special use permit will not modify the comprehensive plan or the intent, purpose, spirit of the UDC. And the granting of the special use permit will not adversely affect the public health, safety, or welfare. And the existing single-family character of the neighborhood of the lot will not be affected by this proposal. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cronin. At this point in time, I'll open the public hearing on this matter. Anyone, including the applicant, who would like to speak in favor of this application, please approach the podium. Would you approach the podium, please? If you'd state your name and address for the record, and then any comments you'd like to make in favor.
Okay. My name is Lena Cole Ubangwa. I reside at 1975 Woodmont Drive, Douglasville, Georgia, 30135.
Okay. Any comments you'd like to make for us?
Well, no, I think that the staff is making a recommendation for approval, and if they're making a recommendation for an approval, unless there is someone opposing it, I wouldn't have anything to say unless there is an opposition on the matter.
Okay. Thank you very much. If you'd stand by, we may have some questions in a minute.
Sure.
Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this application? Okay, seeing no one moving, I'll open the application, open the public hearing in opposition. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition to this application, please approach the podium. Okay, seeing no one moving, I'll close the public hearing on this matter. Planning and Zoning Board, do you have any questions of staff or the applicant on this matter?
Mr. Brandon Pam, I got a question for the applicant. I got clarity on like exactly what's happening, but I just wanted to hear your heart and your reasoning for why and why you're adding this additional to your house.
Well, the house was actually built in I moved in 2021. It's a basement home, unfinished, that I had built from the ground up. And the purpose of me wanting to put a full kitchen is really the issue that we're standing before you now, is that I want to put a full kitchen in my basement for family use. My daughter has a lot of children, and she wants to move back home. So, and then on top of that, my husband is from another country, and his family is also coming here from another country. So we would like to give them the use of the basement and having full use of having a home in the basement. It has a full bathroom down there. If it's permitted, it would have enough space, 1750 square feet. So enough space for 2 bedrooms, a laundry room, a full bath, and of course the kitchen. And of course, living quarters as well as like a living room as well.
That was absolutely perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, planning and zoning? Hearing none, Madam Chair, I'll throw it over to the board for any questions you folks may have.
Okay, Board of Commissioners, do we have any questions for our applicant or either staff? Okay. Being none, I yield the floor back to you, Chairman Simmons.
Thank you very much. Planning and Zoning Board, you may sit down. Planning and Zoning Board, do I have a motion on S 2025-08?
Brandon Penner. Go ahead, Ord.
This is Ord Curry. I make a motion that we approve the request for a special use permit. Well, I can say S 2025-8. Well, special use, approve a request for a special use permit to allow an attached accessory dwelling on less than an acre located at 1975 Woodland Drive, 30135.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor of approving S 2025-08, please signify by raising your hand. Thank you very much. That's unanimous. Madam Chair, S 2025-08 comes to the board with a unanimous recommendation for approval.
Okay, thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve S 2025-08, a request for a special use permit to allow an attached accessory dwelling on less than 1 acre.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, board? We have a motion and a second. When I call your district, please respond accordingly. District 1? Yes. District 2?
Yes.
District 3? Yes. District 4?
Yes.
Chairman, yes. So we have a 5-0 unanimous vote and the motion carries. I yield the floor back to you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Best of luck to you. Next item, Mr. Cronin.
Yes, sir. So our next item is a special use permit to allow a Dollar Tree discount dollar type store at 900 Thornton Road. The lot size is 4.48. It's a strip mall. This is in Commission District Number 2. Property was developed under a planned unit development with the base of commercial zoning. There are a total of 10 suites in the shopping center. The last tenant in Suite F was a Dollar General, but their occupational tax certificate expired December 31st, 2023. Since that 6-month period where we would generally honor a continuation of the use has elapsed, they're coming to you for a special use permit. We've taken a look at the relevant code sections. In 2005, an amendment to the PUD was approved to allow a drive-through restaurant and parking lot relocation. So the proposed use is permitted by right in the general commercial and the heavy commercial zoning designations It wouldn't impact the surrounding uses in the area, and all modifications are proposed to be internal. Taking a look at the special use criteria, here it is as it's been developed. Here's a survey. It's in the Commerce Center, future land use, and the West Fork character area, and staff's recommending approval based upon the findings that the special use permit will not modify the comprehensive plan or the intent, purpose, or spirit of the UDC. The granting of the special use permit will not affect the public health, safety, or welfare, adversely affect. The commercial character of the plan unit development is not altered by the special use permit request. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cronin. At this point in time, I'll open the public hearing on this matter. Anyone wishing to speak in favor of this application, please approach the podium. You'd have allocated time of 15 minutes, 2 minutes per person. State your name and address for the record, sir.
Good evening. My name's Joel Larkin. I'm with the firm Sam's Larkin up in Marietta, and I've enjoyed watching y'all's meeting tonight. 2 minutes. Everyone talks so fast. This is, I think, a fairly straightforward application. This shopping center at 900 Thornton Road is, I'm guessing, one of the first shopping centers that was built along Thornton Road. It was built about 50 years ago, and then development just blew up all around it. And you've got car dealerships and pretty much every kind of commercial use. And this shopping center is, as I said, aged, but it's maintained occupancy. My client purchased it in September of last year, shortly after Dollar General vacated this site. I've heard different stories, whether they were there 20 years or 10 years, but they were there a long time. And Dollar Tree decided they liked the site, and they've signed a lease for 5 years with renewals, so they could be there for quite a while in the future with this approval. And I'm happy to respond to any questions that you have, and I appreciate staff's recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Larkin. If you'd stand by.
I will, thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this application? Seeing no one moving, I'll close the public hearing. I'll close the public hearing in favor and open the public hearing in opposition. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing no one moving, I'll close the public hearing on this matter. Planning and Zoning Board, do you have any questions of Mr. Larkin or of staff? Hearing none, Madam Chairman, I'll throw it over to Board of Commissioners for any questions you folks may have.
Okay, thank you so much. Board of Commissioners, you have any questions for the applicant or staff? Okay, thank you. Chairman Simmons, I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you very
No
much,
questions.
Madam Chair. Planning and Zoning Board, you have heard the discussion. Do I have a recommendation or a motion?
This is Frank Bain. I make a motion to approve S 2025-09, a request for a special use permit to allow a Dollar Tree store located at 900 Thornton Road, 3122, with the findings and the conditions.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. On S 2025-09, all in favor, please signify by raising your hand. All opposed? Okay, that's 3-3.
Yeah.
It fails. Okay, we'll throw it over to the Board of Commissioners with no recommendation.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll throw it over. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to deny agenda item S 2025-09, a request for a special use permit to allow a Dollar Tree store.
Madam Chair, I second that motion.
Okay, we have a a motion and a second on the floor. Do we have any discussion? We have a motion and a second on the floor. When I call your districts, please respond accordingly. District 1? Okay. District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
Chairman, yes. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries to deny. Okay.
Thank you very much. Our next agenda item, please.
All right, next item we have on the agenda, this is a request for special use permit. This is for a short-term rental located at 4290 Highway 166. The lot size is 3.71 acres. The commission district is district number 3. So the subject property fronts on Highway 166. It includes a single-family detached home that's approximately 1,300 square feet. The applicant is proposing to use the principal dwelling as a short-term rental. It is the proposal to only use that on the weekends, so he would occupy it at other times that it is not utilized for the short-term rental. So we have analyzed the relevant code sections, and we have taken a look at whether there's any prior zoning action. We did not find any on this property. So the house is only going to be used on the weekends. The owner will not be present during the booking on the weekends. Again, the house is situated on the rear of a 3.71 acre lot. It's approximately 50 feet from the rear property line. We have analyzed the special use criteria, and we have found that it is substantially compatible. Here is an image of the zoning map, and then here's the aerial, so you can see that the house is situated far to the rear of the property, away from Highway 166. So we have analyzed the future land use map and the character area. It is located in the rural places future land use map and the byway reserve character area. And staff is recommending approval with the special use permit. We are not proposing any conditions on the special use permit. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. At this point in time, I'll open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak in favor of this application, including the applicant, please approach the podium. You'll have 2 minutes per person for allocated time of 15 minutes. You'd state your name and address for the record, sir.
All right. Name is Rio Buckley. I reside at the residence of 4290 Highway 166. Madam Chair and Commissioners, the zoning board, thank you for allowing me to speak. I'll keep this simple. I know y'all ready to get on up out of here. Anyway, it's for an Airbnb. Pretty much, it'll be open on the weekends. The weekdays, I'll be there, so at no time would the property actually be empty. I know people usually be concerned about that house being actually empty at a time, but it'll be open from Friday through Sunday, and I'll be there pretty much during the week. The reason for doing the Airbnb, I'm 2 years removed from divorce. And to keep my home, I had to somewhat pay the wife off. So this incurred a bill that I'm trying to extinguish, if possible. It is on 3.7 acres. I spoke with most of my neighbors. Parties are not allowed, loud noise and what have you. And then it being so far out, pretty much the noise is a minimum. There are cameras on the property on the exterior. Pretty much everything else is cut and dry.
Okay.
Thank you for your
Anything
time.
else, Mr. Buckley?
That's it.
Okay. If you'd stand by, we may have some questions. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this application? Okay, seeing no one moving, I'll close the public hearing in favor and open the public hearing in opposition. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition, please approach the podium. You have 2 minutes per person for allocated time of 15 minutes.
Sorry to hear about your personal situation, Mr. Buckley.
If you'd state your name and address and then
Michelle
2 minutes.
Oates, 4603 Raven Drive, Douglasville. So my property actually, while I'm not your neighbor, I am in Holly Springs, and the back end of my neighborhood where my property is, I can actually hear everything that's coming off of 166 itself. Anytime there are cars driving really fast, anytime someone is having target practice in their backyard, any kind of event. And the way it happens, particularly in the summertime, when people are having parties, and I'm not opposed to them having parties, you do hear everything coming into my backyard. And I can hear it as it goes all through the night. My concern, of course, is parties or rentals on the weekends sometimes do turn into party houses. So that's just my main concern. I know you addressed it somewhat, Mr. Buckley, but I just have to say, just in case, I don't want to be, woken up in the middle of the night to partiers. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing no one moving, I'll close the public hearing on this matter. Planning and Zoning Board, do you have any questions of the applicant or of staff?
I have, Rob Thomas, I have a question for staff first. Who's working this?
Yes, sir.
So, with her concerns, what type of ordinance currently in place? I know we've been doing this Airbnb special use permit now for a few years now. Well, what type of ordinance is already in place that can, mitigate some of this concern that she has?
Yeah, so typically when we get complaints about short-term rentals, it comes through noise ordinance concerns. So if it's after our typical code enforcement hours, anything that's reported to the sheriff's deputies, we can pick up that report from the sheriff's department and we can issue citations based on that after the fact. If there was a concern about limiting maybe the number of people that could be on the property at any given time, that's not a condition that I have discussed with Mr. Buckley, but we could certainly look at limiting the number of people that can be on the property at any given time for a short-term rental. As it said, the house is about 1,300 square feet. He can correct me if I'm wrong about that square footage. So it is not one of the larger houses that we would associate with what we would typically call party houses. But generally speaking, complaints about those were handled either through the sheriff's department working with code enforcement or through the complaint being filed directly with code enforcement.
Okay, thank you. I yield.
Any other questions, Planning and Zoning Board? Hearing none, Madam Chair, I'll throw it over to the Board of Commissioners for any questions you folks might have.
Okay, thank you so much, Board of Commissioners. Do we have any questions for the staff or applicant? Commissioner Raxton, you have the floor.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. The applicant can approach the podium. All right, good evening.
Good evening.
So in regards to Airbnb, as you're aware, they're very strict.
Extremely.
And they will put you off the site if you have parties, if you have any type of loud, lascivious behavior. So I just want to make sure that you're going to be in compliance with that if we decide to move forward.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. 3 of my neighbors I know, and we communicate back and forth, and I tell them at any time, any noise coming out of there, period, please call me. I will address it immediately. Like I say, I have 7 cameras on the property outside of the home also, and it is at a distance as well. And I pretty much specify in the Airbnb, after 10 o'clock, nothing outside for as partying or anything like that. But like I say, parties are not allowed there, period, anyway. No smoking on the inside as well. But pretty much have a good rapport with my neighbors. Had any problems with police or the county as well. So it definitely at a minimum. But I do understand what she's saying, because sometimes I could hear gunshots throughout. I don't know, people doing what have you in their backyard. But I'm definitely aware of what she's talking about. But like I say, partying, that's a no-go. As you see, Airbnb is extremely strict about that.
Okay. And you talked about cameras. Do you have any other security measures in place at your facility?
Pretty much cameras. I have a fenced-in backyard, pretty much. It's like I say, 3.7 acres. Majority of it's woods. I do have trails that actually go through it. But like I say, the neighbors pretty much at a minimum. Pretty much, and that's about it.
Okay. And are you aware of also that this would also require licensing and to pay into the hotel motel taxes? Are you aware of that?
Airbnb pretty much takes their portion out before I ever get that. All that is pretty much in. So yeah, I'm definitely aware of that.
Okay. And last question, just the amount of vehicles. Typically, how many vehicles can your property accommodate? And
they can. I have the driveway itself. I do allow them to park in the garage, and then I have a second platform that can hold an additional 3 to 4 vehicles. So probably a total of probably 5 vehicles can fit there. But I only allow a total of 8 to stay in the property because it has a full basement, 3 bedrooms, 3 baths. But the basement is very large and spacious. I pretty much call that the gentleman's cave. But accommodation-wise, it should be able to definitely accommodate. I think with 8 people, I don't think that many vehicles would be up on that property, but it's definitely accommodable.
Okay, so we shouldn't have to worry about parking on the street with vehicles or any overnight parking on the street?
No parking on the street, not much left.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, Madam Chair, I yield the floor back over to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Raxton. Any other questions, Board? All right, thank you. I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you very
Chairman.
much. Planning and Zoning Board, you can have a seat, sir. You've heard the discussion. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Brandon Penniman, I make a motion to approve application S 2025-10, a request for special use permit for a short-term rental.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Rob Thomas, I second.
I have a second. Any discussion? All in favor of approving S 2025-10, please signify by raising your hand. All opposed? Thank you very much, Madam Chair. S 2025-10 comes to the board with a unanimous recommendation for approval.
Okay, thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve S 2025-10 for a special use permit for short-term rental.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Board, any discussion? We have a motion and a second on the floor. Please, when I call your district, respond accordingly. District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
Chairman, yes. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote and the motion carries to approve. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Mr. Buckley, best of luck to you. Next agenda item, please, Ms. Duncan.
All right, thank you. Very briefly, we have two small areas of text amendments that I need to present to you this evening. So the first is in regard to Article 7. These are sign regulations, and the second is in regard to Article 10. That is going to be a small amendment in regard to our streetlight districts. So again, Article 7, sign regulations. This is largely handled through our code enforcement department. We have outlined the various provisions, and we gave you a full copy of the text in your packet, but essentially we are looking mostly at cleanup of process. So we're not really changing anything related to the type, size, dimensions, anything like that regarding signage, but we did make some clarifications that are helping our code enforcement department with the process of administering the ordinance. We are clarifying that signs are required to be of rigid and durable materials. There's been some concern about some of these banners that you may see that have been tacked up on buildings. So we're clarifying that signs need to be of rigid and durable materials. And then otherwise, everything else that we have there is just clarifying process improvements. I'm happy to answer any specific questions that you may have about that. And then also under Article 10, Section 1010B1, this was revised to clarify the process for designating streetlight districts. Specifically, streetlight districts are not typically assigned a number. That's just some old language in the code. So our county engineer usually assigns those streetlight districts by the name of the project. And so we're just revising the code language to align with our process. And that is all that I have in regard to those two items, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. At this point in time, I'll open the public hearing on this matter. Anyone wishing to speak in favor of these UDC amendments? Seeing no one moving, I'll close the public hearing in favor and open the public hearing in opposition. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Again, no one moving. I'll close the public hearing on this matter. Planning and Zoning Board, do you have any questions of Ms. Duncan? Hearing none, Madam Chairman, I'll throw it to the Board of Commissioners for any questions you folks may have.
Thank you so much, Board of Commissioners. Do you have any questions for Ms. Duncan? Mrs. Duncan? Okay. Being no questions, I yield the floor back to you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Planning and Zoning Board, do I have a motion on these UDC amendments?
Chairman, this is Rob Thomas. I'd like to make a request to approve UDC amendments, Article 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 9, 10, 12, and 15 in Appendix Douglas County Standard Design Details.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Ord Curry, second.
Motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of approving the UDC amendments as stated, please signify by raising your hand. Thank you very much. That's unanimous. Madam Chairman, the UDC amendments come to you with a unanimous recommendation for approval.
Okay, thank you so much, Chairman. I need a little clarity. Is it UDC amendments for Article 7 and Article 10?
I apologize. It is. We run the advertisement so far in advance, and we publish the agenda so far in advance that we usually just put everything on there. You will recall that we have been working through a variety of amendments over the last several meetings, and this is just the final few we had to wrap up. So even though the agenda shows multiple articles, we are only asking for the Article 7 and Article 10 that we presented here this evening, and anything in there additionally was run in an abundance of caution to make sure that if there was anything that needed to be added or tabled from a previous meeting, we could cover it. But it is just 7 and 10.
Okay, thank you so much,
Yes,
Ms. Duncan. With that being stated, Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to approve the amendments for Article 7 and Article 10?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make the motion that we approve the UDC changes specifically for Article 7 and Article 10.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, Board? We have a motion and a second. When I call you district, respond accordingly. District 1? Yes. District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
Chairman, yes. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote and the motion carries. I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Having nothing else to come before the Planning and Zoning Board, I'll declare Planning and Zoning Board adjourned.
Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to come out of? Okay.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Okay. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.